again. Yeah, let's take out. Yeah, we can keep things in the there. Okay. No, we'll call you through. Sitting with you in there, and hopefully there'll be a seat there. Okay. Yeah, I will be there. Depends on how much room we have, but I don't see why not. We'll put it there like that. Hi, Heather. How long are we looking, by the way? How long have we been spring, I'm afraid. They changed the order as well, so I can't remember where your application is now. But, okay, I've got time to do it. Oh, yeah, oh, definitely. I think we've got. We're looking at having more. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the South Standing Committee here at Shirrell today. We are not expecting a fire drill today. In the event of the alarm sounding, please leave the building and gather out on the car park. I would like to inform you that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Could I ask you all to please ensure your mobile phones are switched off in order that those watching the live stream know what is being spoken, and good members and officers introduce themselves prior to speaking. To ensure members of this committee and all points raised by the public speakers are properly heard, I advise to advise you I will not tolerate any disruptive behaviour. To ensure the members of this committee and all points raised, I will not discuss any behaviour. This is a meeting held in public, not a public meeting, and if behaviour persists, I will adjourn the meeting. I have agreed in order which application will be taken and will be changed. Item 14, proposed affordable dwelling Middleton driven, will be taken first, and item 13, Rosie Fordley, will be second, and the remaining will be in order. I shall now ask members of the committee to introduce themselves. Robert.
Yes, I'm Councillor Robert Tyndall. I'm Vice Chairman of this committee, and I represent Brownsley Division. Sorry.
I'm Caroline Bagnall. I represent Roseley.
Richard Marshall, I represent the Workfield Division.
Matt Green, I represent Quarry and Coton Hill in Shrewsbury.
Tony.
Councillor Tony Parsons, I represent Basin Hill, Column and Sutton.
Hello, Councillor Nigel Hart, and I represent Clun Division, substituting for Councillor Andy Bond.
Hello, I'm Hilary Love, Councillor for Church Stretton and Craven Arms.
Hello, Councillor Nick Hignett, I represent Lake Valley Ward.
Nigel Lumbey, representing Old Brighton.
Dave Ewan. I'm David Evans, representing Church Stretton and Craven Arms, and also chair of this committee.
Kim Brown, solicitor.
Tim Rogers, team manager for development management.
Shannon Franklin, senior planning officer.
Calvin Hall, principal planner.
Thank you. We now go to apologies for absence. We got apologies from Richard Hopper, and Nat Green is substituting. We got Councillor Nigel Laverton, who's in place of Andy Boddington. Public questions? Are there any public questions?
No public questions.
No public questions. Disclosure of pecuniary interest, please. Disclosure of interest, Councillor Kendall.
Well, it's hardly pecuniary, but I I know the applicant for item number 14, which we're taking first. It's within my own electoral division, so I'll address the committee, then I'll leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Hignett, please.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7, Horseshoes Inn. I am the local ward member. I will speak on the matter and then take no further part in debate or voting.
Thank you. Councillor Love.
Rose Dean, Hordley, Craven Arms, as I'm councillor for.
Thank you. I should declare an interest in item number 13 also, because I'm the other board member for Craven Arms. Councillor Longby.
Yes, I'm the ward member for the doctor's surgery or Brighton.
Thank you. There's just one thing I'd like to raise. We got an application for a poultry unit today at the Binnells. I am in the poultry business myself, but in no way am I connected to this poultry application. I do not supply birds of that quantity, and I supply backyard people, not big broiler producers. So that is my declaration on that. Okay, thank you. Right, let's start with item number 14, affordable dwelling.
We're just going to run through the presentation to get it to the right slide. Bear with us a second. That's one. So this is an application which is seeking planning permission for a single affordable dwelling as a local needs exception dwelling. Officers are recommending for refusal of the application due to the spatial siting outside any recognised settlement. I will just run through the plans one by one, and then I'll go through the details of the application. So if we go on to the next slide, this is the location plan. The land owned by the applicant is outlined in blue, and the application site is outlined in red. Members have attended this morning to view the site. And then the next slide. This is the proposed block plan. As you can see, the proposed dwelling is a bungalow sited roughly centrally within the red line area. Boundary treatments to that area are indicated to be post and rail fencing. And as clarified on site this morning, there is an existing septic tank and drainage field within the wider field, and the application site proposes its own individual drainage connection still within the agricultural field edged in blue. And then the next plan, please. This is the proposed plans and elevations of the single-storey bungalow. And next. This is the detached double garage that's proposed on site. And next. These are a couple of site visit photos, again taken this morning while members are in attendance. This is the first is looking, I think, north. I should have written that on. North, and then the second looks south, and the third one looks to the west. And then next, please. These are two photos taken from the site entrance, one looking east, one looking west. You can see a glimpse of a neighbouring property. The top photo behind that hedging is the property known as the Poplars, and then the bottom photo you can just see the cream house which is on the southern side of the road. And then next, please. This is just an extract from the coal mining report. The application site is in a coal reporting location. That is something that can be dealt with by condition. And then next. And I'll just settle here for a minute while I just go through the details of the application. I should clarify that one additional late representation has been received since the publication of late letters yesterday. This is from the agent, which was just clarifying that whilst no comments were submitted to the council via our public access system, as stated in our report, there were 4 letters of support included within the design and access statement. So there's a sentence in the officer's report, I'm just clarifying that those have come in. The site itself has been subject to 4 pre-application inquiries, 1 previous refusal and a previously withdrawn application. This is set out in the officer's report for you. We've maintained, the council, or officers I should say, have maintained that the development site is not within the sphere of influence of a named settlement throughout the planning history. The officer's report sets out the council's position that the settlement of Middleton Scriven lies to the west and that it is clearly focused around 2 roads and has definable settlement boundaries. I've taken the extract from the OS map and just popped it up here for you. The application site is towards the right hand side. I've just highlighted it in red for you, and then Middleton Scriven and the area that we're officers identify as the settlement is towards the left. You can see a cluster of dwellings towards the phone sign, and then just above the M of Middleton Scriven written for you there. The application site is roughly 900 metres from the settlement in a direct line and just over 1 kilometre by road. Officers maintain this settlement is the settlement of Middleton Scriven is outside the sphere and influence of the application sites, and that the criteria of the SPD on type and affordability of housing is not met. If we could just pop on to the next slide for me, please. This is an extract from Shropshire Council's mapping system. So the properties highlighted with a light yellow background are residential properties. Most of them have a red dot on as a registered address. Whilst officers do acknowledge that there are 2 properties fairly close to the application site, again, the application site is indicated in a red square, the poplars to the northeast, and then another property to the south side of the road, which was the cream property I pointed out in the photos. We maintain that this does not constitute a settlement, nor does it fall within the existing settlement of Middleton Scriven. We don't think that this represents a fragmented or loose-knit part of Middleton Scriven. As you can see, there are a limited number of dwellings between the application site and what officers identify as the clear development parcel of Middleton Scriven and the identified settlement, which we consider to be up on the left-hand side, which is to the northwest. So yes, we maintain that the site is unfortunately in open countryside, doesn't fall within a recognised settlement, and therefore we would recommend for refusal for that reason. Setting aside the spatial location, we also raise issue with the siting of the proposal within the agricultural field. We consider it to be unacceptable, representing unsustainable use of the land, which does not respond to the form and character of the locality, again set out in more detail in the officer's report. Essentially, the identified siting is fragmenting the agricultural paddock unacceptably, so resulting in unusable agricultural land. And we think that the site should better utilise boundaries and pattern of development and reflect other dwellings within the area. So that is essentially the council's position. If members were minded to approve other matters which have arisen during the application, such as the mine report and the highways details and boundary treatments, could be dealt with via appropriate condition. And in principle, the details of the application itself, such as the dwelling design, etc., taken in isolation is acceptable, but officers maintain that spatially the scheme is not acceptable in principle and fails to comply with policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have the speakers on this. We've got Mrs. Eileen Reynolds. If you'd like to speak on this application, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee, please. Thank you.
The rest of that, is that correct? Have I done the right thing?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Right, I'm Eileen Reynolds, and I'm the parish clerk of Billingsley Parish Council. Middleton Scriven is part of Billingsley. Mr. Tranter wishes to build a single exception plot affordable home on a small plot of land which he owns at Middleton Scriven, and his eligibility has been accepted by Hgvs. The plot is situated in a loose-knit settlement on the edge of the village and is adjacent to the Birches farm on the one side and the Cedars, which was Middleton Scriven Post Office, on the other side, with 2 other dwellings on the lane opposite to the plot, numbers 1 and 2 Middleton Scriven. At number 2, permission for double gates and a new field entrance was granted in 2012, and since then a commercial sawmill and woodyard has been operating from the site. Mr. Tranter's site lies well within the village signs, and with the exception of 10 properties in Oldfield, the whole area is in the same postcode, WV16 6AG. Until he retired, Mr. Tranter worked on the Crawford Clark family farm, where he currently lives in a farm cottage. But changing circumstances mean that he needs to find alternative accommodation. Mr. Tranter has grandchildren in the area, and his family can be traced back to 1850 in Aston Bottrell and 1911 in Middleton Swim. He has recently undergone operations on his knees and now has learned that he will have to have a hip operation in the very near future. It is very important to him to have ground floor accommodation, and although he has searched, there is nothing suitable within a 5-mile radius. Mr. Tranter is extremely well known in the area. He's a genuine countryman and a well-known and enthusiastic amateur flower and vegetable grower. In 2014, his prize tomatoes won a place in the Guinness Book of Records, and his produce regularly won Best of Show at Bowden and Shrewsbury shows, together with prizes at many other horticultural shows. He plans to continue with his horticultural activities. Planning permission for an affordable dwelling on this site would reassure him that he can face the future with confidence in a home amongst the friends and neighbours whom he has known for most of his life.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well timed. Thank you very much. Thank you. We now get to Robert Tyndall, who's a local member, and you have 5 minutes to speak, Robert.
Yes, I won't repeat what I said at the site visit, other than to say that I've known Mr. Tranter for quite some time now. When the planning officer read out the planning application history for this site, it sounds as though it had constant planning refusals. But in fact, there are only 2, well, only 1. The first agent that Mr. Tranter employed didn't realise you had to put in a full planning application, and so he put in an outline planning application on behalf of Mr. Tranter, which was of course refused because it's a full planning application. And then the second the one and only previous full application, I advised Mr. Tranter to withdraw it because I didn't feel that the committee would approve it on architectural design basis, not for its site. Now, today, when we drove along, we came in from what I call the down end, which is to the east, and somewhere just off the map, but perhaps we could go back to the OS map, could we? Location. Just to the right of the level, the benchmark, the 139, is actually the sign to Middleton Scriven. And then if we go to the west, and if you go over Horsford Brook, there's another sign. I can't quite locate it now, but there's another sign announcing that you're getting into the settlement of Middleton Scriven. And I am quite confident that this site lies within, albeit a fragmented and loose settlement, it is within a named settlement, because it says so on the road sign. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. I'm also would like to convince the committee that the number of houses near to this site that Mr. Tranter wants to build on is sufficient settlement and a community. And I would say that immediately, well, almost immediately under the capital letter M of Middleton Scriven, there is a dogleg in the highway. And I believe that there will be another application coming to us for an affordable dwelling there. I think one has to accept that Middleton Scriven excuse me, while it does have a nucleus of a farm and the church at the junction, if you go sort of northwest of the capital area of Middleton Scriven, the rest of the village is pretty well spread out, and I believe it does conform with council's policy for a site for affordable dwelling. I have no comment to make about the architectural design of the bungalow, other than it's entirely what one would expect to be built. And the other properties around about are a mixture of brick and indeed render. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tindall. Now call on Sean Jones, the agent for the applicant, please, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. The applicant's aged 77 years old. He doesn't own a house. He's worked in farming locally all of his life, and the application site is the only property that he owns. The officer recommendations refer to 2 specific points. Firstly, I'd like to say the overall recommendation is an on-balance recommendation, so not a clear refusal. Paragraph 6.1.3 of the report says it's a subjective judgment as to whether the location is within the settlement or not. And then a subsequent paragraph says the settlement is a group of houses occupied by households from different families. As shown and explained on the plans, there are 4 or 5 houses in that particular group, very close together, occupied by different families, and it is within the road signs for Middleton Scriven, so in my view it is within the settlement. The site is not isolated because it is within a small group, and there are other examples very locally of affordable homes not specifically within the centre of the settlement. Secondly, the report says the plot is centrally located in the field as opposed to by the boundaries. The officer didn't raise this within the first 7 weeks of the determination timescale, and the location within the plot, within the field rather, has been selected to avoid the neighbour's septic tank and to ensure that vehicular access is still available at all times to get sheep in and out of the field, because that's been grazed by sheep for many years, and logically there'd be no point pushing the dwelling into a corner which would then interfere with access or cause a problem with the neighbour's septic tank. The proposal is for a modest bungalow with a permanent affordable restriction. The relevant policy is positive in terms of encouraging these types of dwellings. There have been no objections from consultees, no public objections, and there have been 4 letters of support. It's an unbalanced recommendation, giving you scope to approve it. I ask you to exercise some flexibility and support this application for a very genuine local man who is in housing need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Right, I now open up to committee. Who would like to go first?
Yeah, I'm going to come back on that.
Yeah, if it's okay, I'll just confirm a couple of points in response to some comments made. First of all, we're not disputing the compliance of the applicant with the local needs test. We agree that this is a local person who would meet that aspect of the policy. However, compliance of an applicant with the affordable needs policy doesn't override the spatial issues with this site. If you look through our policy and guidance in terms of gaining planning permission for a local needs affordable home, it clearly sets down that you need a decision from the council confirming that the site is spatially acceptable before going through the tests in terms of establishing whether the applicant themselves would then comply. So we're not disputing that the applicant complies with that aspect of the policy, but the site itself doesn't. And then in terms of just a few comments in terms of establishing whether this site lies within the settlement, I know there was mentions of postcode and street signs. Unfortunately, those aspects aren't things which are set down in the tests in the policy. The tests in this policy refer to the relationship between properties and a clearly identifiable link between a settlement and an application site. the council maintain that Middleton Scriven does have clearly definable boundaries, and that this isn't a site within or adjacent to that settlement, and that unfortunately it is situated at such a distance that it represents it's not just fragmented from, it doesn't form part of that settlement. I'm just going to check with Tim and see if there's anything else you wanted to mention. No.
Okay. Councillor Longby, please.
Could we have the next slide that shows the relationship to all the houses? I think it was the next one. Yeah. So spatially within the field, I'm quite surprised that the officers suggested that all the other houses were right close to the lane, when the house right next door to it is actually set back, probably more so with the drive as well. So it's actually very much in keeping with the next door neighbour. And I was surprised at the site visit at how in virtually every angle you turn round you could see other houses. So it's certainly not in open countryside, and to the detriment of all the neighbours, and all the supporting letters, ironically, are all those 4 houses based around that field. That'll do for me for now.
Councillor Marshall, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important for us to note at this point that planning policy is put there to guide and govern how applications are looked at, whether they're refused or granted, and that's all within line of the core strategies and obviously the NPPF. I do, however, in this particular case, think that we have to afford a little flexibility. We're looking at a family that's got connections to the area back into the 1890s. He's a gentleman that's worked and lived in the area for the last 70-something years. If the parish council was sitting here totally opposed to this application, I would be standing behind the officers and saying that we have to stick to policy. Listening to the parish council and obviously the local member, how much they are in support of it, I can feel myself erring towards that we've got to give a bit of flexibility, and therefore I would be supporting the application is accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Hickman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hickman, Lake Valley Ward. This has got to be an on-balance decision, and I understand what the previous speaker was referring to. In my opinion, Middleton Scriven starts and finishes with the road signs, although I understand that the planning officer has mentioned that Middleton Scriven has clearly defined boundaries. And surely those definable boundaries, somebody ought to tell the road signs team, because if Middleton Scriven or if any village in Shropshire doesn't start when you go past the road sign and finish when you go out past the other road sign, then there's going to be confusion. We've had applications such as this before, when we've had to decide whether the settlement is dispersed or spaced out, or whether it has a definable centre to it. I mean, looking at the map there, you can see that there is quite a cluster of properties in one particular area of Middleton Scriven, and then it's surrounded by dispersed settlements all on the outskirts. I'm tending to agree with the previous speaker. Use of the surrounding land does seem to be maintained, and I can understand why that plot is put in that particular part of the field. So I am minded, on balance, based on the information that we've had so far, to agree with the previous speaker and accept this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always interested when a lot of weight is put on the views of the local council, local parish council and on locals when it comes to making these decisions. What if this person wasn't popular? We have to, because, you know, the danger with the way that some of the decision making here is that we're only making those decisions on the basis of whether somebody thinks, whether the surrounding residents feel that they're happy with that person. What if it was somebody they didn't want?
we have to be very careful here. And I think I have to say at this stage, and I do take the point that this is a balanced decision, and I haven't really made up my mind fully yet. But I just want to be a little, a note of caution about how we approach this. And I think we should be looking at purely on the basis on planning policy. Now, I do take that point about what would be popularly understood to be the local boundary, and I think there is actually some weight there. And as I say, I'm still making my mind, but I'm just, as I'd say, I'll be very careful about populist decisions on planning. Thank you.
Thank you. The other speaker, please. Hilary, please.
Thank you, Chair. I take on board what Councillor Green is saying about being cautious, because he may not have, what if he hadn't been a popular person? But I do feel that the signing for the village is within that boundary, and that should be counted as part of. So I am on that. I am in favour of it.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I've seen applications like this before, especially up the Hope Valley and Minsterley and that sort of thing, when we did a Bromlow, and we've looked at development out there, and it's the same sort of scenario I've seen before. This is a sparsely populated, well-spread village, and it's like the local member said about the signage. It is within Middleton Scriven. If there was a boundary to say, right, the brook is the boundary from Middleton Scriven, that would make it a lot of difference, but it doesn't state that in this case. On balance, I think with the other properties around it, this could almost be classed as a sort of an infill, if you like, but it is an affordable dwelling after all. It's an open market dwelling, and I'd be willing to support this application entirely as it is. So therefore I propose that we go against officer's recommendation for refusal, and that we delegate any conditions and anything else to officers to deal with, so that this dwelling could go ahead for this person on the grounds there's sparsity, plus there is houses in the area already, and I don't think a small bungalow in this area would detriment any of the other properties around it. So therefore I go against Robert's recommendation and say I would like to approve this application to go forward, please. You want to come back?
You got a second?
Councillor Marshall?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second that.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just speak?
Yeah, can you?
Thank you, Chair. It's Tim Rogers, Planning Manager. Obviously, you're about to vote, Chair. I think just from officer point of view, I think it's important that, and I hope you'll agree with me on this, that it's minuted that the reasons that you are, if the motion is carried, that you are voting against the officer recommendation, is that you're giving more weight to the fact that the site is within the road signs. Yeah. I think you're giving that significant weight. And also it has other properties adjoining it, even though it's some way from what the officers are saying is the heart of Middleton Scriven. I think there will be instances. Obviously, we're charged with implementing this policy in a consistent way, not only just in South Shropshire, across the county as a whole. And I think that there clearly could and will be on occasions where properties are kind of almost a kilometre from the heart of, or what the officers perceive as the heart of a settlement, which would be wouldn't be acceptable. So I think the fact that you're giving weight to it being within the road sign for the village and as those properties adjoining is important and should be noted. Thank you, Chair.
That's right, yeah. And then say any conditions were delegated officers to implement with the application.
Sorry, Chair, one last thing. Yes, it would require a Section 106 agreement, and also for you to delegate authority to myself to impose appropriate conditions.
That's the idea. What I said, all the conditions will be delegated to the officer. Okay. So on that proviso that we go against officer recommendation, and approve the application with all the conditions delegated to the officers. All those in favour of the application, please. Oh, we're gonna take it by name, so the solicitor already get the names, whether you're for or against. Okay?
Okay, so this is for voting to approve or vote for or against the motion to approve the application against officer's recommendation, subject to conditions being delegated to officers, along with the section 106 agreement. So I'll call out your names. If you could indicate, please, if you're voting for or against the motion. Caroline Bagnall.
For.
Nigel Hartin.
For.
Nick Hignett.
For.
Matt Green.
For.
Hilary Luff. For. Nigel Lumby.
For.
Richard Marshall.
For.
Tony Parsons.
For.
And David Evans.
For.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Okay, let's carry this unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, we now go to item Robertson. Governor Cole Robertson. Do you want to take the chair now, Robert, on this one?
Thank you.
Take that normal.
Yeah.
Right, we're now dealing with application item number 13, Rose Dean Orderly, Craven Arms. Then, I'd like to introduce Kelvin the application, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is Kelvin Hall, Principal Planner. This is an application for the change of use of land for the siting of 3 glamping pods, installation of a septic tank, creation of parking area at Rosedene near Audley, Craven Arms. Just draw your attention to a couple of entries in the schedule of additional letters. Firstly, it's a clarification from the case officer that in relation to the recommendation, at present it says refuse subject to the conditions set out in Appendix 1. The application is recommended for refusal, and the refusal reason recommended is in the next paragraph at the top of the next page. And additionally, further information was submitted by the applicant's agent yesterday afternoon. I understand that this was also sent directly to members, so I won't read it out verbatim, but it does note a number of additional clarification matters about profit made in 2019 at the farm was only £16,000, and that increased to £25,100. It states that the camping pods would represent diversification of the existing business and ensure the long-term viability of the farm. It suggests that planning policy is preventing the tourist enterprise from starting up, and in relation to the location of the site, there are lots of other existing accommodation providers in rural locations in the area. So moving on to the slides. First one, please. This is the location of the site. With red dot at just the northwest of where it says Rosedene there. It's within the area of outstanding natural beauty, and you can see the rural nature of the site and its relationship to surrounding development and the rural road network. Next slide. This is the proposed position of the camping pods to the northwest of Rosedean Farm in a field as shown, and this plan also shows the proposed access to the site from the public highway. Next slide. This is the proposed block plan. It's proposed to have 3 camping pods as shown, a septic tank to the southeast of those, parking area for 3 cars to the northwest, and in green the landscaping, which would include hedgerow around the pods and planting blocks to the northwest. Next slide. This is the floor plan and elevations for proposed pods as written in the report. They will be 6 metres by 3.9 metres by 3.1 metres high, timber clad, including a bedroom and a lounge, and a separate toilet and shower room. Next slide. And these are some of the photographs of the site. Southwest boundary, the first one from the southwest boundary, the next one northwest boundary of the site, showing the open nature of the area. Next slide. Again, showing the site itself and the surrounding area, and then the one on the right is the access track towards the farm from the public highway. Next slide. And then this is a couple of other photographs showing the road through the farm to get to the proposed site. So you'll see in the report, and members might recall that this application was refused by the South Planning Committee in January last year. That application, that previous application was for 5 pods, slightly larger, 7 metres by 3.2 metres by 3 metres high. And members refused that application on the grounds that the site would have limited economic benefits and would not relate to a recognisable named settlement, with visitors likely to rely on unsustainable means of car travel. The proposed development would not relate to an existing tourism enterprise and would not involve the diversification of an established rural business and would be contrary to planning policies, and also that the development would be a conspicuous feature in the countryside location and would detrimentally affect the essentially open character of the AONB, again contrary to planning policies, including the National Planning Policy Framework. The current application is on the same site but proposes 2 fewer pods, so only 3 pods, slightly smaller. But essentially the principles of the application are similar to the one that was refused last year. As you'll see in 4.1.9 of the report, the Parish Council have made a comment that they are fully supportive of some need of some farming diversification at the site. They had some concerns over the open character of the AONB, but they would be supporting the application if that those matters could be overcome, including the policy issue and the conspicuous nature of the application. In 6.1.5 of the report, in terms of the diversification issue, the report states that it's been suggested by the applicant that visitors could make use of an existing manege at the property, but it's noted in the report that that manege doesn't have permission for commercial use. In addition, this paragraph says that the applicant intends to use an existing annex of the property for short-term holiday letting, but again, the annex, which was approved in 2013, does have permission to say that it should not be used for commercial or business purposes. So at present, those comments were in relation to the farm diversification element of the application. 6.1.6 refers to the location of the site, and it states that the site is remote and isolated with no nearby amenities or facilities within easy walking distance. The roads between the proposed site and the nearest main settlement are hazardous for pedestrians and would increase dependency on private car travel. In terms of the impact on the AONB, the committee report does note that the number of pods has been reduced. This would clearly have a lesser impact on the AONB than previously, and the holiday pods would be slightly smaller. And the report states that, subject to a scheme of landscaping, it's considered that the character of the AONB would be preserved. So the main issues in relation to the application now, in relation to the previous refusal, remains that it does not relate to an existing tourism enterprise. Insufficient information has been provided to establish that it would form part of the rural diversification element of the farm. Although it would make a small contribution to the local visitor economy, those benefits will be limited and would be outweighed by the fact that it would not be within an accessible location, which is a requirement of the development plan policy as set out in the report. In view of the late information that came in yesterday afternoon about the viability of the farm itself, if members are minded to grant planning permission for it, contrary to officer recommendation, members might wish to delegate authority to officers to if members are minded to go with the officer recommendation for refusal, in view of the late information that came in, you might want to delegate authority to officers to revisit the specific wording of that refusal reason to reflect the late information that came in yesterday afternoon. That ends my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got two speakers. Is that correct? David Evans, Councillor David Evans, who's the local member.
Thank you.
Are you time in as
well? The applicant on this site is trying very hard to make a living from home. He would like to take back the rest of the farm and build these pods so that he can be self-sufficient and make a living from home. At the moment, he's travelling to work every day to a slaughterhouse to supplement his income. But these pods is going to help generate his income, and he could also use the stables so people could bring their own horses for pony trekking and go over the Shropshire Hills. There's a lot of areas for walking around here. People are very interested in walking in South Shropshire. We see loads of walkers travelling all over the country, but they'd like to come to Shropshire and walk the hills. And this would be a benefit to the economy of South Shropshire. We're saying there's no other amenities like this in the area. We have Marshbrook that has a load of pods and log cabins at the Wayside Pub, and that is very popular, and I'm sure there could be some overspill from that into this area. The accommodation is a better layout than what it was before. He's been working with the tree officer at Shropshire Council to do the purse and the recommendations about planting hedges and trees and everything else he's taken on board, and he would love to landscape it so it would be no detrimental effect on the AOB. But here's a person trying now. This is the second application. He wants to make a living from home, and I would be all in favour of supporting that. So I will leave it to the planning committee to decide, and I will now leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David Evans. Now I have the agent. Oh, sorry, yes, Councillor Heary, I'll pass to you as well, so a smaller number now. Sean Jones, would you like to address the planning committee, please, as agent for the applicant?
Good afternoon, members. I'd like to explain initially why we submitted further information yesterday. During the application process, the officer, despite me asking a few times what the likely recommendation would be, I got very little in the way of feedback, and it was only when I saw the officer report that there was a request, or effectively a hint that further information would be required from a financial angle to consider the enterprise's long-term viability. So we've been able to obtain some useful accounts which have been presented to you, showing that the level of turnover and profit has increased in the last 3 years. That's because the applicant has already set up a log processing angle to his business. Not a big enterprise, but a useful one, which has increased the profitability, and also the letting of the stables for DIY livery has been set up and is expanding. So they're examples that he has already diversified the business and wishes to continue that diversification theme to support himself and his family. There are 4 or 5 members there in total, and that requires a suitable income to be able to sustain it in the long term. At the moment, the profit isn't currently enough to meet the long-term needs of the applicant, his family, and his family. Then the second issue raised in the officer report relates to the location and suggests it isn't close to a settlement. If I could refer to Appendix C to the design and access statement, that has a plan showing several local small holiday lets with planning approval. They've all started up. All businesses start somewhere. This is a small farm wishing to set up a small holiday let business. Like I say, they all start somewhere. This applicant shouldn't, in my view, lose out because he hasn't got a barn to convert. Policy, it does support conversion of barns to holiday lets. That's how many get going. That's a very useful avenue for someone who has a building that could be converted, but a lot of people don't have that benefit. And I feel this applicant shouldn't be disadvantaged in that way. I'd like to draw your attention to Hawkhurst Farm, which is shown on Appendix B. There's a barn there that's been converted as a holiday let, and the guests that go to there arrive there by car by driving through the public road that goes through Rosedene. So logically, if guests can get there to a holiday let enterprise, that's considered to be sustainable because it's got a planning consent. If that's sustainable, how can this application site not be sustainable? Also on Appendix B, there are other sites shown, and it also indicates the accessibility to the Long Mynd for walking, cycling, or riding horses, which is a particular avenue available to the applicant here. The core strategy was adopted in 2011. Since then, many things have changed, and the public are now exercising many short breaks throughout the UK, resulting in novel types of mobile accommodation units, such as camping pods. These are small units, timber and mobile in nature. They wouldn't be fixed to the ground, so not permanent.
I think you're just about run out of time.
I'd encourage you to support this application. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Marshall. I've had a little bit of a red flag come up to me on this application, and this was on the form of the agent's additional information that he sent through yesterday, and correlating that with the officer's report of 6.1.5. In the agent's report, it states that the equine business has started to grow and does return an income through letting out the stables. This is done on a DIY livery basis. When we cross that across to 6.1.5, when we're talking about the menage, which is used primarily for equine schooling, etc., I'm sure that's being used by the paying renters of the stable blocks. It does say that the planning permission for the menage was granted in January 2018, but the menage has no permission for commercial use. Therefore, if the paying customers of the stables, and that's part of the business that they want to grow, they're already using that menage. That menage is already being used for commercial purposes, which could possibly be in breach. Now, that issues a massive red flag for me on this application at this moment.
Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in two minds on this one, and I'm also, having read through the whole of this agenda, concerned really about the different view in terms of this development to the much larger development at Buildwas, which again is separated from the from anywhere except by using cars. And this is for 3 pods, and that's for 105 static caravans and 35 touring caravans. So it's a much bigger issue in terms of car use and being in a position which is not particularly suitable as far as public transport or walking or cycling is concerned. So I just don't understand really, you know, the sort of balance in terms of that when looking at those two. And I know we're not here to judge the Buildwas one yet, but it just, you know, it's got issues there that say, well, if that's acceptable, surely this must be, you know, and that's not to say that the Buildwas one is acceptable, of course. But what I noticed as well from this one is that with all of the responses that we've had from all the usual regulatory bodies, they're not against this development, and there have been no comments from any local residents that may have been aware of this through the advertising of the fact that there was an application here. So I'm minded actually to support this one, because on the basis that although it is separated from local facilities, the fact that it's only for 3 pods, that the impact of the traffic as far as that's concerned will not be significant in my view.
Thank you. I think I got Nigel Harting next. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Read the whole report on this one, and although the additional items that we've had coming in from the agent are helpful in some respects in looking at some of the other developments, I think we've got to deal with what we've got in front of us and not be too swayed by what there is around it in terms of the planning policy as it sits. And this very likely the same application to this was already refused, has been pointed out by officers for 5 almost identical pods, albeit these are slightly smaller to that application on the same site, and the same reasons do seem to me to still apply. I'm always a little bit wary, I think, when we get applications coming in which are substantially the same as a previously refused application, but just a couple of items different, for obvious reasons. I'm just worried about, you know, if there's the principle here that if we accept the principle of there being 3 pods on site, we might as well have accepted the principle that there were 5 pods on site, because there is, you know, there's very little else difference in terms of the accessibility and everything else. So I think at this stage, unless I hear anything different, I'm minded to accept the officer's recommendations in this case for refusal.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak, or may I speak? Can I give myself permission to speak? No? Good. Well, I think there is a difference between the previous application, which we turned down, and this one. First of all, we've got more financial information, which Mr. Sean Jones mentioned, acting for the agent. And secondly, I feel that there is the nucleus of a holiday enterprise here. It's probably already started by virtue of the livery stables. The manege being used commercially doesn't make me against the scheme. I think that could be regulated either by a retrospective application for use or a new application put in, perhaps bundling all the sort of themes of this application, of what's going on this part together. I do think at page 227, 6.2, the officer's report does suggest that a lot of the concerns about the siting and its effect in the countryside have actually been solved, particularly at 6.22, which is the foot of page 227. Unless anybody else is going to speak, I would like to propose from the chair that we approve this application. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Do we have anybody else? What's the procedure? Because we now go to the vote and no one else has got anything.
Do you want to come back?
Calvin just speak before you go to the vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on a comment that Councillor Evans made about, he referred to the Marsh Brook one, which is shown on the plan a bit further up the A49. There's a permission for camping pods there. I think the difference with that one is that it is close to facilities, and particularly the public house there as well, which provides would reduce the dependency on car travel, because there is somewhere for people to go in the evening or the daytime or whatever. Because this one is a bit more remote and there's no other services or facilities in the local area, and I think that's a difference sometimes between these, whether it's got a particular thing going for it which would reduce dependency on car travel and therefore would become more sustainable.
Sorry, Chair, could I
Yes,
just answer that one just very briefly, because it is important, that fact, and it relates to something Councillor Parsons said, and I don't want to jump onto the further applications, but that is, I hear what you say about sustainability and comparing the two. It is a different proposition because it's a much larger proposition. It will have on-site facilities, so it will encourage people to stay on site rather than have to travel, and there are other things. But it also, it thrown into that balance, is the wider economic benefits from that. It will, in terms of employment, etc., that need to be taken into account.
I think we've taken forward that point. Thank you, Tim. I would say that, okay, there may be larger employment prospects for the bigger scheme of Buildbus, but nevertheless, we did hear from Councillor Evans that the applicant was seeking to become more or less self-employed and not go out to work. So there is an element of increasing employment just by that virtue fact that he's going to be working here more often. But we have a proposal, we have had a seconder.
Yes. Were you clear on the reasons? You okay with the reasons for
Did you just want to clarify your reason?
Yeah.
I didn't really think about that.
Can you help me with that, Kim? Well, it's a combination of what Tony and I said. If I may say so, that I believe that there is incipient, if that's the right word, or embryonic business here by virtue of what's going on at the moment. And I think the concerns that were expressed in the last planning application about the nature and the siting have, according to 6.22 of the Office Report, been resolved. What else did I say that was any use? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I do believe that there is an economic element to this, in that the applicant's own employment, which is just as important as anybody else's employment, will be greatly increased. Sorry, I'm struggling to find the right planning terms. Tony, do you want to jump in on that?
I think as well that the one of the reasons therefore for refusal about the heavy reliance on car transport, my view is that there would not be a significant increase in traffic by this particular development because it is such a small development.
Thank you. I don't know where else you can go. I mean, there's certainly no public transport worth speaking of in this county. I'm certainly not out there. Anyway, I think we ought to put it to the vote now, please.
So, Tim, will that need to be tied by section 106 or anything to the land?
It will need conditions. It will need. It will need conditioning in terms of managing them. I don't know whether you can tie it to the land. We've done it.
Tie it to the host property.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
So
Yeah. The management to the host property.
If it's a diversification type thing.
But that can do that by condition.
Yeah.
Doesn't need a 106.
So it would be not let or sold separately and then managed by the host. So if you
Could
just
that be
get it
explained to the committee? Because I think what you just said there, Shannon, is actually a very relevant point.
Yeah, just to clarify to members before you vote, the discussion we've been having is about the need to tie the management and ownership of these units to the host property, so that it can't be sold or let off separately with no immediate on-site management. And obviously the intention is that the units will help economically sustain the applicant running a business and an enterprise from that property as a whole. So it does need to be tied, which can be done by condition.
Thank you.
So I'll take the vote then, so that'll be subject to any conditions.
Subject to any conditions that the planners might think, particularly to ensure that these pods aren't divorced, if you like, from the name.
Okay, so if I can take the vote, please, which is for or against the proposal to accept the application for the reasons just stated. Caroline Bagnall?
For.
Nigel Harting?
Against.
Nick Hignett?
For.
Nat Green?
For.
Nigel Lumby?
For.
Richard Marshall?
Against.
Tony Parsons?
For.
And Robert Tindall?
For.
So that's 6 for and 2 against.
6. In favour, yes.
In favour,
Yes,
yes.
sorry. Thank you. Someone like to retrieve Councillor David Evans. So I would love to give him the chair back.
No, no.
You sure?
Yeah.
I was trying to make up for the
Just we have to be clear on the reason.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for that. We go to item number 5 now, which is the Vinyls at London Common. Calvin, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the extension to the existing poultry unit at the Vinyls to include 2 broiler accommodation buildings, ground source heat pump, plant room, feed bins, and associated yard area and infrastructure. Draw your attention to the existing representations received that have been circulated. These are further comments submitted by London Parish Council. The report does note that they have objected to the application, but they've made further comments to include concerns about the unsuitable access roads due to the narrow width of the lanes, the increased number of heavy lorries, the fact that lorries do not always use the designated route to and from the A49, and that when they do, they travel through London Village, adding to the problems of traffic safety in the vicinity of the primary school. Raised concerns about the increase in amount of poultry manure that would be spread on fields, which gives off a noxious smell and attracts flies, particularly unpleasant in the summer months. Raised concerns about the frequency of alarms from poultry units at all times of the day, and the previous assurances were not honoured. If we can move on to the slides, please. So the site is located to the south of the settlement of Lower Common and within the holding of the farm known as the Vinyls, which includes an existing poultry rearing operation. Members visited the site this morning and viewed the site and surrounding area and the nearest properties, and also travelled along the access lane to the site from the north. Next slide, please. This is the site plan showing the existing 2 poultry buildings, and as shown within the red line, the proposed new buildings will be sited alongside the existing ones, extending the development into the field to the south. They will match the existing 2 in terms of dimensions and appearance. Other structures proposed include an equipment room, water tank and feed bins, which will be positioned at the northeastern side of the site. The next slide. This is the floor plans and elevations of the proposed new poultry buildings, each measuring 97 metres by 24 metres and 4.7 metres to ridge. Next one. This is the proposed equipment room, which would be 9 metres by 3 metres by 3 metres high. Next one. The existing screening bund, which is along the southwestern side of the site, as shown, will be extended along the boundary adjacent to the new sheds and planted up. Additional planting would include gapping up hedgerow with new hedgerow trees around the site. Next one. This shows the areas of proposed mitigation planting for ammonia. You can see 4 areas just to the north of the red line, which in total would amount to 0.88 hectares of new planting.
Could you just show us a point if possible?
Yeah.
Sorry, not to interrupt. I just couldn't quite see where you meant. Go on.
1,
oh, right,
2,
okay.
3, 4 areas of planting on the applicant's holding, amounting to 0.88 hectares to provide additional mitigation against ammonia emissions. That would be secondary mitigation. Of course, the principal mitigation would be the proposed air scrubbers, which would strip out approximately 90% of ammonia emissions from the 2 proposed buildings. So the air scrubbers would be on the 2 proposed buildings rather than the whole of the development. Next slide. This is the routing plan for Hgvs, which is included in the existing Section 106 agreement, which relates to the existing development. This would continue to apply in terms of the proposed extension, and it shows the route that Hgvs are required to take to and from the site to get to the A49, which is the green highway shown on the eastern side. This essentially has been agreed by the highways authorities being the most appropriate route to avoid the narrow roads that run through Exford's Green. So it takes you along to the southwest along Long Lane. Passing places have been installed by the applicant along Long Lane, and then to the right it moves on to the right and moves northwards up through Longdon and then back through Exford's Green to Hunger Hill Junction on the A49. Next slide. This is the proposed. This is the Odor Contour Map, which is set out in the Odor Impact Assessment, and it shows that the odour levels at the nearest third-party dwelling, which is, you can see on the northeastern side, Bodell Farm, I think it's now called Stapleton Grange, would be below the threshold of what is termed acceptable limits, so below 3 odour units at that farm. So if we can just go back to the site plan, please. Now. So you'll see from the report that there have been no objections from any of the technical consultees, including Environment Agency, Natural England, the Council's Ecology team or the Council's Public Protection team. Importantly, the Ecology team has carried out an assessment under the Habitat regulations, which is required by law, and has concluded that the proposal with the air scrubber mitigation would have no adverse effect on the integrity of internationally designated ecology sites, either on its own or in combination with other permitted sites. In respect of the Parish Council objection and public concerns, since the poultry operation commenced in 2017, reports that vehicles have not followed the approved HGV route have been investigated. only one of these reports was found to have been related to poultry traffic, which is controlled under the 106 agreement. This was in 2020. The others were related to general farm or other traffic. Action was taken in relation to that vehicle going the wrong way and not adhering to the 106 agreement. And a written warning was given to the driver and the company concerned in line with the 106 agreement requirements. In terms of traffic numbers, as I said, passing places have been installed along Long Lane now in relation to the previous permitted development. And as the report makes out, in terms of traffic numbers, on 44 days out of the 48-day cycle of the poultry rearing, the increase in HGV movements will be less than 1 per day. On other days, these movements would take place at a rate of 2 per hour. In terms of manure odour, which is something raised by the Parish Council, the current application would not result in any additional manure being spread on local farmland, as all of the manure arising from the proposed new buildings will be taken to an anaerobic digester for treatment. And in relation to the alarms, the operator has advised that these have now been disconnected, and the alarms now, should anything go wrong in the buildings, are linked up to mobile devices, so that there's no particular reason for an audible alarm to go off at the buildings themselves. They just alert the operator on their phone. So officers conclude, as you'll see from the conditions proposed in the report, that the impacts of this proposal, which is an environmental impact assessment proposal, can be satisfactorily limited by conditions. These include the requirement to adhere to the traffic routing, as is currently set out in the 106 agreement, and also a condition to require that bird delivery and collection only takes place during the daytime to reduce impacts on residential amenity, and also the use of the air scrubbers, which would significantly limit the amount of ammonia produced by the buildings. There will clearly be benefits of the proposal, including investment in development of the existing established enterprise, and overall officers are happy to recommend that planning permission is granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Calvin. We have 4 speakers on this. We've got the first one, which is Hilary Frankham. Hilary, if you'd like to address the committee and the local residents, and you have 3 minutes, please.
After the first phase of development at the Vinyls, we predicted that this would not be the end of the expansion plans, and sadly we have proved to be correct. Despite assurances made to the contrary in a parish council meeting, we are facing a doubling of capacity. I predict that even this will not be the end, more will be demanded. The council recognised the need to prevent further over-industrialisation and the conditions that apply to the initial consent. If a doubling is not over-industrialisation of this site with extremely limited access, what is? Reports suggest no significant increase in traffic. Unbelievable. 250,000 animals requiring servicing, yet apparently this will not have any significant impact on the amount of traffic. Vehicles are still observed not sticking to the proposed route and accessing the farm outside stipulated times. The concerns are simply dismissed. Drivers unfamiliar with the route, etc., etc. I'm sure you've heard it all before. Shropshire already has levels of ammonia regarded as critical. An independent report has estimated that for every 0.4 kilos of ammonia emitted, £1 of damage is caused to the environment and human health. Consenting to more and bigger poultry units is therefore risking the countryside and the health of people who live in it. Poultry dust is classified as a respiratory hazard, yet uncovered, grossly overladen trailers routinely pass within a matter of feet of open window and adjacent properties whenever the sheds are cleared out. Damage done by speeding HGVs to already poorly maintained roads is something which all of us will end up paying for. Access to this site is neither good nor quick. How can allowing even more HGVs along a route, which is a bridleway and part of the Shropshire Way, possibly be acceptable? The council has declared a climate change emergency, yet Shropshire has one of the highest densities of poultry units in the country, all of which consume huge amounts of energy in construction and maintenance and generate substantial amounts of CO2 and methane. Prior to the construction of the first sheds, over 100 people in Longdon and the local area signed a petition opposing the plans. Subsequently, issues have been raised regarding odour and speeding lorries through the village. The concerns of local people are not listened to. We now have an industrial estate served by a lane at most 3.5 metres wide, a route which sends speeding Hgvs through a small rural village, and excess nitrogen and phosphorus from the tons of muck impacting ecosystems, leading to biodiversity loss and eutrophication of watercourses. The installation of a new gateway in the hedge on the road out of Lower Common and the recent movement of hundreds of tons of stone down to the farm suggests the construction of a new access route, which would see Hgvs running through the village. This was not and is not the place for such a development, and the council, if they are to uphold their own position with respect to the conditions applied to the initial phase and regards to their stated aims in protecting the environment, must reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, that's on time, thank you. We now have Councillor Paul Carter, please, speaking on behalf of the Longdon Parish Council. Paul Carter. And you have 3 minutes to address the committee, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Chair of Longdon Parish Council, who strongly object to this further extension of the intensive chicken rearing business at the Bungalows. I will detail these objections, explain the complaints from local residents and parishioners. The production of chickens in such vast numbers has inevitable side effects, and these effects must be weighed against the financial benefits of the development for the landowner. There are 3 areas of particular concern, and these are: the site, as you observed this morning, is deep in the countryside, but it has neighbours who live on the access lane and close to the site. They're affected by repeated traffic movements of Hgvs and delivery vehicles passing close to their properties, which markedly increased when the existing chicken rearing buildings were constructed. These disturbances will be even more increased if the proposed extension goes ahead. Not only are they disturbed by a huge increase in traffic passing close to their properties, but also by alarms which are now here have been silenced during the night. The proposed extension will certainly increase the disturbance that local neighbours will suffer. The Hgv traffic to and from the site has to use lanes that were made and designed for horses and carts. Many are single vehicle width, and the best of which is the C-class road from Woodhouse Crossroads to Lanscroft Crossroads. The Hgv movements caused by the existing development have been objected to by residents all along the route, and the increased danger to other road users on the narrow lanes, including cyclists on the national cycling route, is unacceptable. The proposed extension will markedly increase the Hgv traffic, and the nuisance and danger will increase accordingly. The site traffic should follow the route that avoids narrow and unsuitable lanes, but frequently these vehicles do not follow that route and take shortcuts, causing unacceptable traffic problems, nuisance and danger. We firmly believe that all Hgv traffic to this development should follow their prescribed route. The huge number of chickens produce a vast amount of manure that needs to be disposed of safely and without causing nuisance to others. The applicants have shown that they are not able to do that with the existing numbers and scale of production. You will note the strong objection from Parish Council regarding nuisance caused by the indiscriminate and haphazard spreading of manure on land near to them. Longdon PC have also received complaints from residents regarding this problem and also the transport of manure by road. The present situation is that the manure should be spread on fields local to the site. This is clearly not the case, as manure is being spread over a wide area causing much traffic and is clearly not dealt with effectively. The proposed extension will double the quantity and the problem, and the scheme proposed for manure disposal needs much further work. The existing chicken rearing development has caused untold problems and unacceptable nuisance to local residents and parishioners. The proposed extension producing buildings that house double the chicken numbers is completely inconceivable and far too large for the local infrastructure and the well-being of the neighbourhood.
Thank you very much, sir. Well timed. Thank you. We have Roger Evans, a local member, and you have 5 minutes to speak, Roger. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Roger Evans, Shropshire Councillor for the Longdon Division.
Addressed mainly to the report that is presented to you today, you've heard of local concerns, and you will see in the report the number of letters against the proposal. I have not seen any in favour of it. However, on page 5 of the report, there's the ammonia screening is mentioned, and the comment about the mitigation. Odour has been referred to, and in the original proposal for the 2 existing ones, it said the original manure was to use on own fields. Now we're doubling that. On 4.111, highways, personally amazed at that comment. If I refer to the report which came to the appropriate planning committee back when the original application was made, the highways report at that time said, on balance, it is considered that the submitted further information and prescribed Hgv routing arrangement offers a solution to the previous highway concerns on balance, and that was for 2 sheds. It also says an additional infrastructure improvement is, however, considered to be appropriate in the form of the reconstruction of the existing widened area of carriageway on Long Lane immediately before the junction with London Road. I assume members who visited it this morning saw the state of that junction and the state of the road, with the heavy goods vehicles coming onto that road and then turning sharp right onto the Longdon Road. If members also went through into Anscroft, they will also see the state of the highway there, where vehicles turn right onto the Exford's Green Road, and the potholes and the deterioration of the surface. And from there, of course, the vehicles then go through Exford's Green, a small hamlet, and then along even more small, narrow roads onto the A49. 621 policy says sustainable development should occur where appropriate on CS5 within the countryside, demonstrate no unacceptable adverse or environmental impacts. This is doubling what is there already, and we have environmental impacts, we have adverse impacts from it. Farming business remains viable and improving profitability. I'm all in favour of farm diversification in the right place and of the right size. This is a factory in the middle of open countryside with no easy access on any of the main highways. A number of local residents have never been informed by Shropshire Council of this planning application, and I note you have 38 letters there, and the previous speaker, the public speaker, informed me this morning they have never been officially informed. They objected originally, and they live on the corner of the road which then goes into the private road to the farm business. There is no local support. CS6, appropriate in size and scale, safeguard residential and local amenities, no unacceptable impacts, MD 7B. 632, established small scale, not large scale. 200,000 birds is not small scale. It's not a small scale factory. It's developing into a large factory. 633 in the report states feed grain can be produced on site. We saw a lorry this morning unloading grain, so there's those lorries which will also be accessing the site. Manure now taken off site, so more vehicles coming off the site and onto the public highway. Odour referred to, already been referred to. 6511, sufficient distance from dwellings, admit some impact. They will have impact. There's those small dwellings on the road before it develops into the private road. Long Lane, it's now going through the centre of a small village from 7 o'clock in the morning till 2300 hours at night. 66, CS6 again, MD8, sufficient infrastructure capacity. There is no existing infrastructure capacity if you look at the road network. None at all. The roads are not suitable for the amount, or they were not designed to take the amount of traffic that is there. As I've said, look at the state of the highways where the vehicles have to turn sharp right twice through it. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. We now call on Nick Williams, the agent for the applicant, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee, please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. The existing poultry units at the Vinyls have been operating since September 2017. They are an integral part of the family farming business. The existing units are well managed and operate to the best available techniques under an environmental permit. Since the application was submitted in December 2018, applications for the poultry units have become more complicated and more detail is required in relation to ammonia and nitrogen deposition and subsequent mitigation. Issues have also been raised in relation to the spreading of poultry manure. Throughout the application process, the applicant has worked with the LPA to overcome any issues raised and to alter the proposals to mitigate against any potential impacts. All muck from the additional poultry buildings will be taken off-site to a local AD unit and will not be spread on land farmed by the applicants. Proposed planning condition 16 secures this. This is beneficial in preventing nitrogen runoff, and there will be no odour disturbance to local residents due to muck being spread courtesy of the new units. It has been agreed that ammonia scrubbers will be fitted to the new buildings, meaning there will not be any significant adverse effects on designated sites. Further mitigation will be provided by a tree planting scheme. This, along with landscape planting, will provide a biodiversity net gain for the site. To prevent disturbance to residents living close to the access track, it has been agreed that the new units will adhere to the condition on the existing sheds, restricting Hgv movements to between 7 AM and 11 PM each day. Proposed planning condition 15 secures this. The existing routing agreement will also apply to the new buildings. A variation to the existing section 106 legal agreement will secure this. Passing places were created along Long Lane under the previous permission, and there will be no unacceptable impacts on the road network, which is confirmed by the Shropshire Council Highways team. The MPPF states, at paragraph 111, development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residential cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. All Shropshire Council technical consultees confirm no objection to the scheme, and a thorough development management report has been presented to committee today recommending approval. I ask you to follow this recommendation today and allow the applicants to progress their farming business in what we can't forget is a working countryside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you. Elwyn, do you want to come back over there, please?
Thank you, Chair. Only just on a comment that Councillor Evans made about the manure on the fields being doubled, and I just wanted to clarify again that this proposal doesn't result in any manure being spread on fields. The existing buildings, manure from those will be spread on fields, but the current proposal is that all manure will be taken off-site to an anaerobic digester, and that's covered by condition 16. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Right, now open up to committee, please. Kendall.
Why have you picked me out?
You were grinning.
Oh, sorry. I must remember not to grin.
If you wanted to speak first, go.
Yes, I will speak. As I understand it, and please, I'm very happy to be corrected, this country, the United Kingdom, imports an awful lot of chicken meat. So I'm all in favour of the United Kingdom being as self-sufficient in its agriculture as possible. Not least is because we have, if not the highest, certainly one of the highest welfare standards, I think, anywhere in the world. And having said all that, which is perhaps not quite a planning planning points, but nevertheless, I think it's preferable that expansion in the broiler industry should take place in or adjacent to existing establishments and existing farm buildings. And it seems to me that if there's an economic proof, or there is economic proof that these units are still needed, then I think that this site represents, with a possible exception of its access, one of the optimum sites. I don't know whether the applicant had a major cleanup. I suspect not, because I think the policing of these poultry units by the supermarkets is extremely tight. And I suspect, and I'd hate to be proved wrong, that that site always looks as good as it does today, as it did today. As I understand it too, the feed wagons may not necessarily be doubled, because these feed companies are now not willing to deliver part loads. So a full load of feed might go around all 4 sheds. I'm slightly shaky ground there, but that's what I gather. So I am going to stick my neck out and propose that we accept the officer's report for accepting this application.
Thank you, Councillor Tyndall. Who would like to speak next? Vignet, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I agree with Councillor Tyndall's comment that I would much prefer to see extensions to poultry units on existing sites rather than to have to sit and consider applications for completely new sites. I think if a poultry unit is up and running, then adding to that is preferable to looking at completely new sites with all the problems that that involves. Having said that, on the other side of the fence, this site is what I would call in open countryside, and the suggested lorry route from the A49 is very convoluted. And I can totally understand the concerns, in fact objections, of Longdon and other parish councils, because it is going to result in an increase in lorries, even if one lorry can deliver all the feed for 4 units instead of 2. You're talking about all the chicken muck being taken off-site, which is going to include vehicle movements itself. And having driven the roads and taken quite a circuitous route, it seemed to me to get there. If that was the most direct route, then it involves a lot of country roads. So I can quite understand the fact that the roads were made for horses and carts, and there will be issues perhaps with increased vehicle movements. I just wanted to make those 2 points at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lumley, please.
Given that the background levels of ammonia in the county remain substantially high, and in fact we've reached the point of saturation regarding poultry, this question for the officers, please. I'm really interested about the scrubbers reducing it by 90%, but sitting next door are the old units that are then putting 100% of the ammonia into the air. Is there any way that it could be tied into this application that scrubbers are attached to the old building?
We'll come back to Kevin.
That's a good one.
Well, in an ideal world, yes, we would ask them, would you like to do that? And that would be a much improved development. That's the bottom line. However, as you will see from the report, that we don't have any objection from Natural England or our ecologists over the amount of ammonia which is being produced by the proposal before you, and that's what you've got to look at, the proposal before you, because the existing buildings are permitted, and that's your baseline, that we have permitted that amount of ammonia to be emitted by those 2 existing buildings, which were permitted before we had the ammonia issues that we are now having over the last few years. So that's the benefit really to having an extension over a new site, is that you can you know, you have that baseline, but then you can also add on to that the fact that the new buildings would only produce, you know, 10% of the ammonia that they would have done. And so, yeah, in an ideal world, yeah, brilliant, but clearly scrubbers are very expensive, and if there's no planning reason, because we haven't got an objection, that, you know, if ecology had come back and said it's unacceptable, then maybe we would have gone back to the applicant and said, well, to make it acceptable, can you put scrubbers onto your existing buildings? But we haven't got that, so there's no reasonable way that we can go to the applicant and say, would you mind doing that, please? We haven't got an objection. We haven't got a technical objection about the amount of ammonia that will be produced by these two new buildings.
Thank you, Kelvin.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
I note in the highway statement that the operation has 20 existing tractor and trailer movements associated with manure removal. Now, we're only just told that the existing manure is spread on the fields, but then we're then told that we go up to 40 tractor and trailer movements. So presumably, are we being told that actually all manure is being removed, or are we being told that only that actually somewhere along the lines there are these tractor and trailer movements? Where are they going?
Thank you, Chair. At present, the manure that is produced is taken by tractor and trailer to farmland, to the applicant's farmland, and that would go on. That may well go on the public highways by tractor and trailer. It would eventually go to farmland to be spread as a fertiliser. Under the current application, it would still be taken off site in tractor and trailer. It would be taken to an anaerobic digester. So there's double the amount of manure, but one would be going on to farmland, and the other consignments will be going over to the anaerobic digester.
Thank you, Chair. But that is really just to clarify that there is still substantial tractor and trailer movements in any event. It's not the impression given was that it would be spread on the nearby fields. It's therefore reducing the existing one doesn't have that sort of level of tractor trailer movements on public roads. Clearly, it's all on public roads.
To be honest, I don't know exactly the movements of existing tractor and trailer movements where they access their local fields. The likelihood is, because it's a low value product, that they will spread it as closely as possible that they can to their own fields and access the fields as close as they can without going on, you know, long journeys taking manure around. But I don't know exactly where they do go. But some might go internally from the site to an adjacent field. For example, the field that we were looking at today, where the new buildings were proposed, most of it, I suspect, would go onto the local highways to access field through field access gates.
Councillor Harting, please.
Yes, at this stage, Chair, just a question following on from the question that Matt raised. If this is the case, that half of the manure is going to be then transported off-site to an anaerobic digester, how is that going to be monitored and controlled, and how do we keep an eye that that is actually happening?
There is the primary control would be through the planning permission, which requires that the manure would be taken off-site and taken to an anaerobic digester. We don't have trackers on the tractors. There isn't a mechanism within the condition that requires us to track where manure is going. But clearly, if it doesn't go to anaerobic digester, then they wouldn't be adhering to the planning condition. That would be a breach of planning control.
Well, how can you insert a condition that you have no idea is going to be followed? It doesn't seem to make sense. You're not monitoring it. I mean, if you had a situation where clearly all of the pods on the site were going to be spreading manure, that's one thing. But if you're then into a situation where only half of it is, and you're not controlling it, you're going to have no means of of being sure that the planning permission is actually being followed. You're just taking it on trust the applicant will do that.
It's a fair point. Like I say, it will be a breach of planning. If you are concerned about that, then we could include a mechanism within the planning commission to require that the applicant makes records of where the manure is going and provides them to us on request.
I think that would be a really good condition. Yes.
Councillor, please.
Thank you, Chair. As far as the HGVs going, is there any way that we can ensure that they are using the correct route? And would it be at all possible to put some extra restriction on timing so they're not driving through Longdon at school pick-up and drop-off times? Thank you.
To go back a step, the existing provision does have a 106 agreement. It entirely relates to HGV movements. It's a fairly standard legal agreement, but it is detailed in terms of what it covers, what the route is, what would happen if the route isn't followed, including the requirement to give a written warning to the driver and the company if they don't adhere to it, that they are fined as well if they don't adhere to it, and ultimately they can be banned from the site if they don't adhere to the routing agreement. And it's been tightly worded. It's a legal agreement, and there isn't any evidence any clear evidence that this is not being adhered to, other than that one occasion that I referred to earlier back in 2020. In relation to the fact that lorries might drive past a primary school, well, we're talking about a lorry every hour during the clear out phase, and I would question whether providing additional restriction to ensure that that one lorry doesn't go past that school during the time when the school collections or drop-offs, whether that would be proportionate to the issue that's been raised by the parish council. Longdon is a way away. You would have to. It's up to you as members whether you think that way ultimately is a concern for you. I mean, technically, it's possible to make sure that a lorry doesn't drive past the school on the occasion when there's pickups and drop-offs, but whether that's a sledgehammer to crack a nut, that's what I would suggest.
Councillor Marshall, please.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to obviously some of the objections, a lot of them relate to the HGV traffic in and around the area. So I think if we are minded to accept it, I think we have to tighten up the 106 with the traffic regulations appertaining to HGVs. Now, there could be conditions put in that most haulage companies now actually utilise tracking devices on their vehicles because it affords better fleet efficiencies. So any third-party haulage contractor they're using, it could be put in the 106 that they have to be tracked, and that data has to be able to be handed over in the realms of any complaints. Also in the 106, it could state that it's a 3 strikes and you're out process. Because it's easy enough to sign off on a written warning, but unless that's followed through with an ultimatum and a financial penalty, there's no motivation for the haulage contractor or indeed the farm to carry that through, apart from hold on record the written warning. So could the section 106 on the HGV traffic reports be really tightened up any further, please?
Okay.
Go on, yeah, come back to that.
Well, I would invite the councillor to provide details as to how it could be tightened a bit more, because, like I say, we do have provision for written warning and for a fine to be given and for the driver and company to be banned, and I'm not sure what else we can do. And I think the other important thing to remember is that, like I say, this site started operating in 2017, and during that time there has only been one occasion where it's been verified that a driver has gone the wrong way, and I'm not sure that this is actually a problem. If we have been given evidence that there's a problem, then I would report it in the report, but there just isn't that evidence there.
I'll come back to you.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the recommendations I've put forward on how you tighten it up is, firstly, they can only use a haulage contractor that does have tracking devices on their vehicles, and that tracking information has to be freely accessible to the farm, and obviously enforcement if it did become an issue. And then it's put in place that there is 3 strikes and you're out. So that's not just the driver, that's the company, because what we've got to do when we're tightening it up, we've actually got to make it that it's got some worth in having it in place in the first instance. So those stipulations, and you're not asking for something here of major capital expenditure from the haulage companies. Most of us have actually got that on our vehicles now because we use it for our own benefit. And that information is stored on the hard drive for up to 18 months. So that information can be there. So if at the farm they're keeping a complete transport log of movements in and out with registration and driver, if a complaint does come in, then if we've got the channel for the complaint, that can then be correlated against the tracking information, and that's the way it can be done. And I think if we have stricter and tighter measures in place, as I've suggested, and I'd be happy to work with you outside of the meeting on this because it's my specialised subject, that's got more motivation for both the farm and the haulage contractor to ensure that the traffic plans are being followed through to limit the impact on the local residents.
Okay.
If members grant permission today, and it would require a variation to the 106 agreement, so there isn't a mechanism there to amend the wording of the 106 agreement. And happy to look into how it can be tightened, if that is feasible and practical. So I don't know the details myself as to how that would work, but happy to have a discussion.
Okay. Councillor Harkin, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's been obviously pointed out within the report and from some of the responses back from Kelvin that the policies to which this particular application has to meet are more stringent than they were for the previous development on this site, and that applies, of course, right across the road, the piece. We've all seen, I'm sure, the television programs about the potentially horrendous impact of poultry farms in the country as a whole, particularly in Herefordshire, but which is obviously the largest producer of poultry farms in the country, and of course Shropshire being second. I'm pleased to see that the regulations have been tightened up, and that if we were to approve this, things would, with additions to the conditions as suggested, would potentially be better than would have been the case with just the original one. However, I still feel that probably this is too large. It's a doubling of the amount of sheds on this site, doubling the number of birds. There are inevitably going to be increases in traffic, and the environmental concerns are still quite clearly there, and has been raised by the objectives. So I think it's a balance one, but on balance, I'm not in favour of the recommendation, and so we'll be voting against if when it comes to vote.
Councillor Tyndall.
I just wanted to remind everybody I made a proposal, and if anybody would like to second me, it'd be lovely. If not, well, my proposal falls, I suppose.
Does anybody else wish to speak to you? Right. These poultry units are monitored. They've got a strict stringency audit on them, every one of them. So otherwise, if they don't conform, then those units are left empty. Councillor Marshall regarding trackers on vehicles. I run vehicles myself. Everyone has got a tracker on it. So when the driver gets caught for speeding, I get the letter to the post. I know exactly who the driver is, what time of day he was there, and where else he's been on in that vehicle. So I think that is a must for the trackers because it is a fantastic thing and I can keep that log for as long as I wish. So I think it's a good site. I wouldn't say it's a large site, not this day and age, because when you see 500,000 broilers, up to 1 million broilers on the site, this is an average site. Everything ticks the boxes as far as the new sheds are concerned, regarding odour, emissions, the scrapers and everything else, taking manure off the farm, and if we can be positive that this traffic movement is going to be adhered to in the 106, and everything on site, as I say, it does tick the boxes. I'm willing to happily second the proposal of this application because it's a site that's well concealed. You've got the bonded trees, you've got the footpath that runs across the side, but there's no complaints about anybody from the footpath. And I think it is a good site, and I think this day and age is a tidy site. It's doing everything to address problems that may arise, as I say, with the scrapers for the ammonia, and therefore I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Chair. Can I just say something in relation to the section 106 agreement and the requirement to amend it to include the tracking?
Yeah,
It's just that obviously for it to be included in the section 106 agreement, it would have to meet the relevant tests, which would be that they're necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, directly related to the development and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind of development. So I understand what you're saying, that the trackers would be a good idea, but the fact we've already got something in place that Calvin said in the 106 that relates to fining and banning them from using the facility. Isn't it more that that's up to the applicant if they want to insist on the tracker rather than something we can impose in the section 106 agreement?
But if we really go with the conditions to be imposed on the 106 with the officers, I can delegate that in my second and real proposal, and if you're happy to go along with that.
Yes,
Any conditions that can be done with the 106 are delegated to officers to implement it and to make sure that everything works.
Bearing in mind that the comments that have been made about trackers, I think that is the committee's wish. I would just like to add, if I may, Chairman, that you went through all the very good reasons why we should allow it, and I would just like to reinforce which I think Nick Hgvs also supported, was that it's an existing site and therefore so much better than building brand new poultry units in the open countryside without any infrastructure at all. Whereas this one's got the experience of the farmers, they've got the water sources. I can't, it's an ideal place if one's got to have them, and we've got to have them because people still eat chicken.
Okay, so we have a proposal and a second for the application. Ken will take down your forward or against.
And then could we have a little break?
Then we can have a couple of break for 5 minutes.
Okay, so if we can take your votes for and against the proposal, please. Councillor Tyndall.
For.
Councillor Bagnall.
Against.
Councillor Hartin.
Against.
Councillor Hgvs.
For.
Councillor Green.
Against.
Councillor Love.
For.
Councillor Lumbey.
Against.
Councillor Marshall.
For.
Councillor Parsons.
For.
And Councillor Evans.
For.
We've got 6 for and 4 against.
6 for and 4 against, so that is carried. Thank you. We now have a comfort break, and we'll be back at 10 past, please.
I think we're working quite hard this afternoon.
Keep going. Oh, you're going down. Easy.
No. Thank you very much. We now go to item number 6, which is Silverwood and Netherton Road Highway. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, well, members, this is an application which is part retrospective in that the use has partially commenced on site. It's partly retrospective for the siting of 6 static caravans, 6 mobile caravans, laying of hard standing, construction of new access and erection of 3 amenity buildings on land at Silverwoods, Netherton Road, Highley, Bridge North. Just before I kind of go into the detail of the application, I'd like to draw members' attention to the late representation sheet. You will see on that I'm seeking from members, subject to a resolution to approve, that you delegate powers just to tweak some of the conditions that are proposed on the planning permission. The conditions in question are conditions 2 and 3, and as worded in the report, they probably aren't as precise as we require them to be in terms of what we're requiring. So it's really by way of clarification of those conditions that not all of the intended occupiers of the site would need to be present all of the time in order to prevent the use ceasing. And also that clarification on condition 3 that if the use by the families, by the named occupiers ceases, that the use shall then permanently cease, and all associated buildings should be removed from the site. So if I just take members through the proposal, if you could move to the next slide, please. What you see there is the current development plan boundary for Highley within the local plan, and if you see a red dot to the eastern side of the settlement boundary, that is the application site in relation to Highley itself. If I could move on to the next slide, please. Not particularly great slide, but that shows the application site outlined in red and the land that is also in the ownership of the applicants in blue to the south of the application site. If we could move on to the next slide, please. That shows the proposed layout of the site. The 3 kind of darker blocks. You can see one of them is labelled amenity buildings in the centre of the site. Those are the 3 permanent amenity blocks that would be erected on site. Each block would be shared between 2 pitches. Each pitch would consist of 1 static caravan and 1 touring caravan, which is kind of standard practice for gypsy and traveller sites. We can move on to the next slide, please. That just illustrates what the amenity blocks would look like. They're very single story, very small kind of utilitarian buildings. Could move on to the next slide, please. Again, just to show the footprint of the building. It shows that it's basically big enough for a bathroom and some other cleaning facilities within the building. Next slide, please. These are some photographs looking at the site. That, as I say, that looks at the site looking in a southwesterly direction from the access road. So you can see there that quite clearly that one of the caravans, static caravans, is already in situ. Hence the application being partially retrospective. If we could move on to the next slide, please. View of the site looking northwest from the access road. again, you can see that the caravan is partially visible, or the caravans are partially visible on site. Obviously, these photographs are taken in winter during spring, and some of them would be more growth on the hedgerows and the trees intervening. Next slide, please. So that's looking along the access road with the site on the right hand side. Again, you can see that there is already some substantial screening even in winter of the site from the highway, although as you've seen from the earlier photographs, it is visible. And the next slide, please. And that's looking south from the site along the proposed access road. I'll come on to the access road itself and discussion about that as I go through the report. To move on to the next slide, please. Okay, that's the end of the slides. So just to run through the proposal and the report. As you've seen, it's the site's located in what is open countryside, but nevertheless is quite close to the 150 metres southwest of the Highley development boundary, and obviously has relatively easy access into Highley itself. The proposal is intended to be occupied by a named family, an extended family, who have been named, and their status has been confirmed by the council's Gypsy liaison officer. There would be, I think, 3 generations of the family occupying the application site, as I say, on 6 pitches. The amenity buildings would be timber clad under a brick plinth, and as I say, each of the pitches would have a large static caravan and one touring caravan. It's not intended to accommodate any business use, and it's purely for residential purposes for the family identified. The application has taken some time to bring forward for determination due to the need for some further ecological assessment, of more of which I'll say shortly. You have seen from the plan, if we can go back to the first plan, I think, or the second plan. No, that was the useless plan, wasn't it? If we could just run through the plans, Tim, and okay, go back to the first one, please, if you don't mind. That's it. You'll see, you may see to the south of the application site, or around the application site, there are a number of dwellings. There are 3 dwellings immediately to the south of the application site, and then beyond that is Highley Park Homes, which contains I think 105 residential park home units, which are accessed via the same lane as the application site is intended to be accessed off.
I haven't got the orientation of that map. It seems to be on the side.
Sorry, yes, it is sideways. Sorry.
Can it be reorientated?
I don't think that's possible on the PowerPoint. Tim, can you?
Beyond my capabilities, I'm afraid.
No.
So which is north? That way?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So north is where west should be?
Yes.
I thought it would help.
Yes, apologies for that. Sorry, I hadn't pointed that out. You'll see from the report that the parish council have objected to the application. That's part of the reason that the application is before you today. The reasons for the parish council's concerns are set out in paragraph 4.1 of the report before you. So I won't run through those in detail. See, clearly there was concern about consultation on the application, about the implications for the highway, and about the ecological and environmental impacts of the proposal. You'll also see the next paragraph, 4.2, that Shropshire Council, Highways, Development Control have raised no objection to the proposal on the basis that the proposal is accessed off a private road leading off Netherton Lane, which currently serves, as I said previously, the Highly Parkholme site, which has a considerably greater number of units on it than is currently proposed, and Highways have not raised an objection on the basis that the traffic will not using that highway will not be significantly increased. So, as just running through the report, you'll see there that the responses from the consultees. There has been some concern expressed by Shropshire Council Ecology about the information provided in respect of protected species, particularly with regard to great crested newts. But officers consider that given what's already happened on site and the fact that further development is proposed and couldn't take place until appropriate conditions are met, that issue has been adequately addressed in the recommendation before you. You'll also see there there's been a considerable amount of public objection to the proposal. The report at 4.6 sets out those the reasons for those objections in quite some detail, and exactly what those objections relate to. You'll see at 4.7 there have also been some 4 letters of support in respect of the application, and also Councillor Tremelin has made comment about the application, objecting for the reasons set out at 4.8 in the report before you. So moving on, at section 6, the officer appraisal of the report considers the main planning considerations that need to be taken into account in making a decision on the application, and not least of that is the policy context, which clearly and it's clearly set out there. There's a national desire to provide increased gypsy and traveller provision in suitable locations across the nation, and there's quite detailed guidance, national guidance into the things that should be taken into consideration. And one of those requires that the site be in a sustainable location. I think officers are content, given its proximity to Highly, that this is in a sustainable location. What is also set out in the report is whether there is a need, a clear and identified need for a site or for additional sites within Shropshire, and the report doesn't shy away from clearly identifying that there isn't a specific need, or there isn't an identified need in either this location or across the county, but that there is clearly a desire to provide additional pitches and better provision in appropriate locations. And the report sets out the circumstances and the considerations which have led to an on balance recommendation to approve this application, subject to appropriate conditions. And again, I'll come on to other conditions very shortly. you'll see that the applicant's agent has disagreed with the gypsy and traveller assessment that's been carried out as part of the local plan or the local plan review, in that they believe that turnover of site within sites or shouldn't be included in the assessment that the council has done. To all intents and purposes, for the purpose of this report and this application, that's irrelevant, because we are saying that notwithstanding the assessment and the fact that it doesn't identify that there is a particular need at this time, or a need in this location, we're still recommending approval because of the personal circumstances and because of the location of the site. I'm talking quite a bit, but what at paragraph 6.1.8 of the report before you, you will see that there is a statement that there is a paragraph that is confidential in the public version of the report. Just to clarify that, in the report as written, there was a paragraph there that related to the family circumstances, and in particular the circumstances of the young children, which shouldn't be in the public domain. But just wanted to clarify that those circumstances identified are that this is an extended family. There are young children within that family. Those young children currently attend the local school at present. So just moving quickly on from that, then the issue around highway safety I've already kind of covered. There isn't seen to be any unacceptable impact on highway safety as a result of the proposed increase. The ecology I will just refer to when I come on to conditions shortly, but the other considerations that we've taken into account include the impact on the residential amenity of adjoining occupiers, and given the fact that there are other residential properties in proximity, that is a consideration. But we've not identified that there is any reason to suspect that there will be an unacceptable impact on the occupiers of those properties, given the separation distances, the landscaping, etc. Any possible antisocial activity or nuisance arising from a site is the same as any other residential property and can be dealt with through other legislation rather than planning. You can't assume that there is going to be, as a result of the planning application, there's going to be any unacceptable behaviours. Drainage is also dealt with, and there's been a drainage submission which shows that adequate foul provision can be made via a septic tank, and also provision for surface water drainage. So finally, I think members will have read the report, and the section 6.8 of the report is very good in terms of drawing up the planning balance, the things that need to be taken into consideration. It comes to it weighs up the relevant factors and comes to a conclusion that in this instance, and subject to the conditions, again I'll go through conditions shortly, subject to appropriate conditions, approval of the 6 pitches in this site on this site is acceptable and is recommended for approval. So just taking you through the conditions proposed, and also just referring back to what I said earlier about some slight amendments to those conditions. The conditions that set out in your report require the site only to be occupied by gypsies and travellers. It also limits the occupation to the extended family of the applicants. It requires all of the use of the land to cease and all mobile homes, static caravans, portable structures, etc., to be removed if the use does cease, and condition 4 for the land to be restored to its original condition. It also requires there to be no more than 6 pitches, so the 6 identified within the application, and as you saw on the plan. It prevents, there is a condition preventing commercial activity taking place on the site. It requires additional plantings, landscaping to further help screen the site from the public and the neighbouring properties, the public highway, or from the highway. And it also requires that prior to any further work being undertaken on site, a protected species licence is obtained from Natural England to ensure that that work is carried out in a manner which makes suitable provision for protection of and or enhanced habitat for great crested newts. I think, Chair, that's me done at that point, but obviously happy to take questions from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Right, we've got 3 speakers on this. We've got John Titlow. You have 3 minutes to address the committee, so you're a local resident speaking against the application. So, the time starts.
I speak on behalf of my wife, family and immediate neighbours. The committee report stand out as extraordinary versus previous refusals. The applicant understands planning and has been successful in the past with applications retrospectively at Kinley and for commercial reasons for a traveller's site in Stourport. The land was bought before the family were apparently evicted and undermines the evidence of the full policy exception around social need for housing of this family. The council does not have a shortage in traveller provision. No evidence put forward for scrutiny of strong local connections development is more than policy of 5 caravans. This doubles the number of residents in the hamlet of Netherton. This is land speculation through the back door. The application states there are no trees or hedgerows on site. These were all removed before application was made to ensure planning is straightforward. There is significant ecological damage already apparent. Environmental report clearly states there are great crested newts and bats in the area, already damaged by this land clearance. This is agricultural land, not for domestic use. The council insisted removal of a single caravan in adjoining field used to support farming. Council insisted Highly Park Homes remove 3 additional caravan spaces and all groundworks. 56 people objected. Highly has 3 major caravan sites, Rahall, Highly Park Homes and Woodhall Farm. Incorrect information on the application form. The assessment of flood risk proposal, this is item 11, assessment of flood risk proposal is within 20 metres of a watercourse. The answer was no. Incorrect, it is adjoining a watercourse. The development is low impact. Incorrect. Height of land has been raised by 2 metres and will now be on full view. No height increase of land is applied for in the planning application. I have created a pond on my land to encourage biodiversity, which should this development go ahead, completely ruin this. There is a watercourse alongside, used as a corridor for wildlife, not wastewater. After the failures by the council so far, what assurances and safeguards are in place to ensure it stays within the law? Application is being done for personal financial gain rather than good of the traveller community. My objection is to the development rather than a family home for the Joneses. It goes against natural justice to prefer this application against so many policies. Other buildings in the area are long-standing and proposals refused because of policy. This application should be refused on these grounds. This is a controversial development on agricultural land, and I have a photo showing you what the view looks like from our land.
Okay,
Perhaps you might like to take this into account.
thank you.
Would you like to see the photo?
Well, it hasn't been circulated as a late rep, so I can't.
You can't.
No.
Well, all this information was previously put forward on my objection.
Right, were the pictures put forward in your objection?
They were, all my pictures were sent all the way through as the application, as this was all going forward.
The comments that he, it's not pictures, the comments that he made are included in the report.
Right. A lot of comments are included in the report, sir, so
My comments, sorry?
are all recorded in the report which we got.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you. Is there anyone from Hgvs Parish Council here, please? No? Okay, Dave Trevelyan, local member, you have 5 minutes to address the committee, sir. Thank you.
Chair. I apologise if I sound as though I'm shouting, but the quality of my voice is a bit.
Okay, you're fine.
I originally objected to this application on the basis of its environmental impact and for the obvious contempt with which the applicants treated the planning process from the outset. Having started work on the site without notice and ignored all subsequent enforcement notices, including a stop order, all of which prompts me to commend the enforcement officer, Julian Beeston, who worked with infinite patience and professionalism to bring some semblance of order to this case. From the outset, the illegal development progressed without the benefit of guidance from statutory consultees about this development's potential environmental damage and what actions could have been taken to mitigate any such damage. That opportunity was lost because the applicants failed to engage with Shropshire Council and external environmental agencies, then subsequently frustrated all attempts to gain access to the site until served with legal notices. You may have noticed that in my earlier written statement I had advised neighbouring residents that the outside bodies they were so keen to call in to offer an opinion might well have concluded that the level of harm caused by those earlier activities, illegal or not, and regardless of their personal feelings, might not have been as environmentally disastrous as first thought, and that any benefit of any doubt should, in fairness, be allowed to the landowner who, like any landowner, had the right to clear their land. But it is important to note other concerns within the village. The changes in land ownership in the immediate area, neighbouring the one under consideration here, could be read as signs of speculative acquisition with a view to expansion, pending the outcome of this application. Speculation or not, that is a major concern and understandable from a lay perspective. Even if the concern isn't shared, it should be considered. Apropos that last point, at the very least, we can only hope that the landowners acknowledge that they have a shared responsibility, not just to the planet, but to their neighbours, by sticking to both the spirit and the word of the council's planning policies, which is why, given the significance of this development to the local community, I was anxious to see the emotions taken out of the issue by requesting that this retrospective application be called into committee and that Shropshire Council should take all necessary steps to formalise the provision of land for the Gypsy and Traveller community. I asked the committee to recommend that a formal review should be set up with immediate effect. By being called upon to take part in this formal process, the applicants and their agent appreciate that planning isn't a game where the rules are made up as you go along. The rules are there to guide and protect everyone engaged in the planning process. And finally, noting the applicant's request to be given every understanding of the position they say they have been forced to take by circumstances beyond their control, can I take this opportunity to ask residents of this site to consider the age and cultural backgrounds of their neighbours and remember that many residents of neighbouring properties, and especially those residents of Harley Park homes, chose to purchase their current homes because those homes and the countryside that surrounds them offer the peace and quiet of a rural location, the nature of which they have had time to get used to because unchanged for over 20 years. Many of them are prepared to live and let live, and ask only that whatever concessions they are expected to make are reciprocated by residents of this site. What I don't want is more messages like this. Hi Dave, sorry to bother you, but I wondered if you had any dealings with the travellers down there at night. I've run past there twice now and been chased by their dogs. Tonight it bit my bum, ruining my trousers and underwear. I wasn't sure if they are decent people, i.e. I could chat to them and ask them to keep their gates shut, etc. I would hate for someone to get seriously bitten by their dog and for it to be put down. I prefer dogs to people. I was wondering if you had heard of any other complaints or not. That was dated the 13th of January, and it was sent by Amy Dolman, a local lady who runs regularly past that site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Come back on anything, Tim, or?
Just to confirm, Councillor Tremellen is clearly right. I mean, this site started out as an enforcement inquiry, and there was activity taking place at the site prior to the submission of the planning application. But the planning system does allow for people, as we've had this discussion at many a committee, that the planning system does allow you to make retrospective planning applications without any penalty. But the members need to consider, so the fact that there was that unauthorised commencement of activity or use at the site shouldn't in any way colour your judgment on the application that's before you. The application before you is for the site as it is now. If there were breaches of other legislation in relation to protected species, etc., then that is unfortunately not a matter for you. What you need to consider is whether or not this use in this location is acceptable, subject to the controls which aren't there at present, subject to the controls that we are proposing by way of condition. And that condition is, one of those conditions I would just remind members, is that this site can only be occupied by the named family and their immediate offspring. So they are actually named within the condition. So if it's a speculative enterprise, then there would need to be a further application to remove that condition, and of course the council would consider whether or not that was appropriate at that time. But the intention is, and the recommendation is, one of approval, but on the basis that it is occupied by this family and this family only. Thank you.
Councillor Harkin, please.
Yes, a question if I can to officers, Chair. The council has a duty to bring forward duty and travel sites as required. I don't know what the requirement is and whether it's being met in this particular area. But in those circumstances, would this site, prior to the work that was carried out by the applicant without planning permission, at that stage, before that work had been carried out, would this have been a suitable site?
I think the answer to that is yes, because we wouldn't be recommending approval anyway. But there are, it is an on-balance consideration there, and it's difficult to speculate really whether or not the recommendation would have been the same. But I think were it to have been the same, it would have been only based on the fact of the particular circumstances of the family. And the fact that those local connections have been established, and there is the welfare of the children to be taken into consideration, and it has to be given considerable weight.
Okay, just to follow on from that one, can I assume from that answer then that the council hasn't identified another site that would be suitable in this particular locale?
As far as I'm aware, that's correct, yes.
Okay. Who wants to comment? Pat Green, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just want to clear up, comment on a number of comments that were made. Whilst I enjoy Councillor Tremellan's fruity comments that we see frequently, I would just like to point out that it's not illegal, it's unlawful. It might sound like nitpicking, but it's actually quite critical, because this is not an illegal site. What went on beforehand was deemed unlawful, but this application will make it lawful, and therefore this will become a lawful gypsy site. if it goes through. The other thing that was concerned me slightly was that a number of allegations were made by one of the speakers, and I just felt that it needs to be said that we have to be very careful when making allegations, particularly when people are unable to answer back. So again, we are looking at the application in front of us for a gypsy site, and as far as I can see, it is actually very sustainable. It's very close to the shops and services that we're doing, and I would be in favour of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, Councillor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm undecided about this one, I must be honest, at this stage, although I will make a decision. Positives that the road already serves over 100 static caravans and park homes anyway. There doesn't seem to be any realistic alternative sites, especially bearing in mind the children's welfare and the fact that they attend a local school. But then I'm partly aware that if we do put this through, there's going to be a lot of enforcement needed in the future, because I have a feeling that some of the conditions that we will put down will need enforcement action to make sure they're done. So I'm just making that point that I'm at the moment sitting on the fence. Thank you.
Okay. Another councillor wish to speak, please.
Can I just add something?
Just
on that point, Councillor Hignett, I'd like to make an important point. If the proposal was to result in breaches of the conditions that we're proposing, then that would be, in a way, that is simpler to enforce than starting with an enforcement notice, because you're serving a breach of condition notice. And it's clear where the fighting ground on that is, rather than an enforcement notice. And going back to where I very first started, it's important that we get the conditions right and precise in terms of their wording, so that if we get to that position where there's an alleged breach of condition, we're clear of our position and what we are enforcing against.
Thank you. Councillors,
I'm not smiling. I'm not smiling.
You're not. Well, I have a travel site near me, and there's 19 caravans and 19 pitches on that, and everybody knows we had the problem with COVID. And if you talk to these people, you can work with them, and that's what I found. And in the end, they came to me and said, "Are you the Mayor of Cravenhall? We'd like to thank you for working with us." And if you work with these people, you will get a result. And I always found that, and ever since that day, they have come to me, and I've come to them, and I've talked to them, I've been on the site, and everything else. And if you work with people like this, you can usually get what you want.
With respect, Chair, when I did approach the owner of the site, Mr. Pratt, I went down there actually to open discussions. I was threatened with violence. I was called a paedophile. They were threatening to call the police. In fact, I gave them my business card and said, well, at least now the police know who it is that they're dealing with. So, sorry. That was a provocation too far, sorry.
But members be happy for a deferral, so we give a site visit, so we can see what it's all about.
I would certainly recommend it.
If I propose a deferral, so we can have a site visit and see what the site is all about, then we make a decision from there. Is that all right with you?
That's if you get the vote through.
Right, I'll propose a deferral.
I'm happy to second it.
Okay, we've got a proposal and a second for a deferral. Councillor Marshall.
Just one thing on the deferral, can we have assurances that no further work on the development will carry on up until the site visit and the full planning application going through?
I can't give you that assurance, because I'm not the one who's in control of whether or not it happens. I don't know whether the applicants see it to give you that assurance, but all I can say is that if activity did continue, we would have to consider whether a further stop notice or what the most appropriate form of action is in the meantime.
Councillor Harting.
I'm not so sure about the deferral. I think, you know, we've got all the information in front of us.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to be in favour of voting for that. I think we should decide, because then we won't be in the situation that we potentially deal with other issues. Decide one way or the other.
You want to make a proposal on that, Michael?
Well, I'll propose then that we go with the officer's recommendations.
Okay, are we going to second it for that? Okay, I'm willing to withdraw my proposal. Are you willing to?
Yeah, Chairman, yes, of course.
Okay. Right, we're going to propose it now in a second that we accept the application. All those in favour of the application as it is, please.
Do the roll call, please.
Roll call.
Yeah.
Roll call, yeah.
Okay, so we've got the proposal now to accept the officer recommendation. Please indicate whether you're voting for or against. Councillor Tyndall.
For.
Caroline Bagnall. For. Nigel Harton.
For.
Nick Hignett.
For.
Nat Green.
For.
Hilary Luff. For. Nigel Lumpy.
For.
Richard Marshall.
Abstain.
Tony Parsons.
For.
And David Evans.
For.
So we've got 9 for and 1 abstention.
Okay, so that is carried, thank you. We now into item 7, which is the horseshoes in at Minsterley Road, Pond Street.
Can I just approach you? I will really like you to have a look.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like you to see what we're on.
Okay, thank you.
And I think you had the right idea to have a site visit.
Thank you.
That was the right idea. And a fair idea.
Who's presenting this one? You, Jamie? Calvin. Okay. The horseshoe in. Calvin, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an outline planning application to include means of access for the demolition of an existing public house and erection of up to 4 dwellings at the Horseshoes Inn, Minsterley Road, Ponsbury. There are some additional comments on the additional letters from the case officer. These relate to the 2 of the conditions proposed in the committee report. They just changed the wording to make them more precise, but they don't change the principle of the conditions which relate to means of enclosure and the materials to be submitted for approval. Can we start with slides, please? So this is the location of the existing public house known as the Horseshoes in Ponsbury. Next slide. This is the indicative layout of the proposed up to 4 dwellings. So it's an indicative layout and detailed matters relating to the actual design and layout and appearance and landscaping would be subject to further approval of the reserve matters application if outline is granted. You can see that the public house is located within a residential area with the residential properties you can see around the outside of the red line, and the A488 public highway to the north. Next slide. And these are the photographs of the existing pub. Just run through these. That's from the front view, from the south and the west. Next one. You can see the general character of the area, surrounding area as well, and the existing properties. Next one. Next one. Next one.
which direction are we going towards?
So, this one, if you're going away from Shrewsbury towards Minster,
All right, okay.
the pub is on the left-hand side as you're coming out, starting to come out of the village. So the pub is the white building there on the left-hand side. So that's looking southwest, I think.
Yeah.
Next one. Can we just go back to the location plan, please? So in terms of the actual case officer's report, as you've seen, the pub is a two-storey dwelling. It has been extensively altered, including the provision of a flat roof dormer window and a conservatory and a flat roofed extension at the rear. You'll see paragraph 4.1, the parish council have objected to the application, and it lists the reasons there, including the fact that they support the view of the council's conservation officer, and I'll detail the conservation officer's updated views later on. They refer to the fact that the pub is a community asset, and that the houses would be out of keeping with surrounding properties. It would be overdevelopment. In terms of other consultee responses, the tree team have recommended a condition that further detailed tree report should be submitted if outline permission is granted to detail to ensure that trees on site are satisfactorily protected in relation to the positioning of the dwellings. Paragraph 4.4 relates to the consultee response of the regulatory services team. They've noted that the site was a former lead smelting works and have recommended a condition relating to contaminated land, investigations which should be imposed if outline permission is granted. Paragraph 4.5 from economic development, which you'll see there that they have advised that the site has been marketed for 2 years with little commercial interest as a public house, that the pub is one of 2 in the village with others in the wider area, and also that Ponsbury and Minsterley are designated as a joint key centre where development might be expected and is supported under policy with a range of social and community facilities, and that in terms of economic development issues, the team have advised that the loss of the public house would have no significant impact in relation to social and community facilities. In relation to the comments of the conservation team in 4.6, they did raise an initial objection. A heritage impact assessment was then submitted, which looked at the development of the site. They have now removed their objection. They have noted that the current inn, the heritage impact assessment notes that the current inn is a traditional building constructed from brickwork and rendered walls, but also been the subject to modern extension and alteration of varying designs and scale, with a lack of cohesiveness of the original building, which affects its significance, and the conservation officer agrees with the findings of the impact assessment in relation to the significance of the building. In terms of then the principle of the redevelopment of the site, 6.1.3 of the report refers to the fact that Minsterley and Ponsbury are obviously market towns and key centres where development is permitted in principle, and the policies for the area confirm that houses would be provided through a combination of allocated sites and windfall opportunities on existing brownfield and other infill sites. And the case officer goes on to say that the proposal for the redevelopment would be in line with the settlement strategy for the area. In terms of the actual loss of the community of the public house, 6.2.2 does recognise that the loss of that facility will be a material consideration with the planning policy context, which needs to be weighed in the assessment. However, adequate evidence, it says in 6.2.5, has been submitted of efforts to sell the property as a public house. There is alternative provision elsewhere in the village for this type of facility, and therefore it's not considered that the proposal would unacceptably impact on the role of the settlement. In 6.3.1, in terms of the actual loss of the building and its historic significance, the council's conservation officer has now withdrawn their original objections because the application does not concern the demolition of the original beer house, which it has been identified with the heritage impact assessment that was on a slightly different site, and the pub is now relating to a redevelopment of the original beer house that was on that site previously, redeveloped in 1901. And so on that basis, the original beer house would have been a more clearly represented a non-designated heritage asset, and they have now removed their objection to the removal of the building on heritage grounds. So the application is, as I say, an outline application for up to 4 dwellings. Detailed matters relating to the design, the number of dwellings and landscaping would form part of reserved matters. Application, if permission is granted. You'll see that there are a number of conditions proposed. One of those, number 4, requires that the details submitted in relation to the design of the site is that the properties should have a maximum of 2 stories in height in order to restrict the scale of the properties and to ensure that they are satisfactory and in keeping with the local area. And overall, officers conclude that the proposal is an acceptable development which would fit into the rural residential area and can be designed satisfactorily as part of the reserved matters application which will follow, and therefore it is recommended that outline planning permission is granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Our chief speakers on this one is a local member, and that is Nick Hgvs, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For the purposes of this application, I'm going to group Ponsonby and Minsterley together, which is not unreasonable considering that the Horseshoe Inn is located on Minsterley side of the village of Ponsonby. These 2 villages represent a large and expanding community in our county, and there is a need to maintain its infrastructure and facilities. Information to members of the committee is that the property has been available for sale since August 2018, but that no offers have been received. Then paragraph 4.5 economic development states that the site has been marketed for 2 years, which is a bit at odds with the earlier statement of 2018. It also states that the public house is one of 2 in the village, with others in the inverted commas rural hinterland. This is incorrect. There are 3 public houses in Ponsonby. I know because I live there. They're all in different thirds of the village, and they're presently well frequented and with individual clientele. 2 of them do food, 1 of them does not. Minsterley has only 1 public house left, and this was resurrected from possible closure in 2021. I personally can remember 10 public houses in this area, but this area is well capable of supporting 4. I would ask members to consider the fact that, with all due respect, who in their right mind would have contemplated purchasing a public house during the last 2 years? The Horseshoes is a popular and well-supported venue, and strong marketing this year might well produce results. Paragraph 4.4 deals with land contamination. This is a strong mining heritage area with a history of lead smelting works dating back to at least 1831. Therefore, there is the potential for significant concentrations of contamination, primarily heavy metals, to be present in the soil beneath the existing building and the hard standing areas. And of course, if accepted, this will need to be addressed. CS6 and MD2 emphasise that planning applications need to take account of local character and context, including streetscape scale and proportion. And members should consider if demolishing a substantial building and replacing it with up to 4 smaller houses is appropriate. MD13 seeks to avoid harm to designated and non-designated heritage assets. In the context of this roadside edge of settlement application, much weight should be given to this. And the complete demolition of an existing building is contrary to historic England research, which demonstrates the sustainable benefits of continuing to adopt and adapt and reuse existing buildings through refit and refurbishment, where these assets hold historic carbon. Their retention and reuse can reduce the need for carbon generating construction activities. After all, we have declared a climate emergency. The current building has been in place from the early 20th century. The removal of the more modern elements of the structure would be relatively easy, enabling a residential conversion which would fit in with the form, context and pattern of the surrounding properties. 4.6 suggests that the proposed development would be likely to generate less vehicle trips. I would suggest that this will be negligible. Core Strategy Policy CS8 seeks to protect existing facilities, services and amenities that contribute to the quality of life of residents and visitors. Ponsbury is the gateway to the Shropshire Hills area of outstanding natural beauty, and it is welcoming increasing numbers of visitors and staycationers, all potential customers. Finally, I must refute the idea that this is a, inverted commas, fallback option for if or when trade reduces and the public house becomes unprofitable. I have sat on this committee when we have debated long and hard applications to convert long closed public houses to residential accommodation. I would suggest that this is different. I cannot think of many rural pubs that do not have adequate space to build 4 or more dwellings on their car parks and associated space. To avoid opening the floodgates to similar applications, I would ask you to consider refusing this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. And I've got Mike Lloyd, the agent. You have 3 minutes to address the committee, sir, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant, the proprietor of the Horseshoe Inn, Mrs. Teresa Challoner. Teresa and her husband purchased the inn in 2016, but following Teresa's husband falling ill, they put the pub back up for sale, significantly below its valuation to encourage a quick sale. The asking price was subsequently further reduced to the lowest viable sale price, but nonetheless the inn remains on the market with very little interest shown and no offers received. Following her husband's passing in early 2019, Teresa has had to run the pub by herself at a time when the UK pub trade has been in general decline, which has obviously been exacerbated by the pandemic. Teresa has fought to keep the pub profitable, taking unenviable decisions to reduce staff whilst trying to diversify the pub's offer, including providing takeaway food. Nonetheless, the future appears bleak for the pub and the pub trade more generally. Teresa has a very good relationship with other landladies in the area, and they all share common concerns about the future, especially with the enormous rises in the cost of food, drink and fuel now being experienced. Teresa therefore finds herself in an intolerable position. Her wish to sell the pub as a going concern, but no offers have been received. She would have welcomed discussions with the Parish Council over the purchase of the property, but again no approach has been made to date. She's therefore reluctantly taken the decision to seek permission for its redevelopment, with the application in outline for up to 4 dwellings. The proposed development would, as detailed in the officer report, make best use of the site and increase housing provision in accordance with national planning policy, whilst decisions on scale, design and appearance are reserved for future consideration. The case offer has recognised that terrace development would be in keeping with similar examples in the area and result in a significant enhancement to the character and appearance of the local area. The proposal would result in the loss of the existing building. However, as detailed within the report, the inn has been unsympathetically altered and extended over the years, and as a result is of little architectural or historic interest, detracts from the visual amenities of the area and does not lend itself to reuse without significant and potentially unviable building works. Whilst the loss of the pub use on the site would be regrettable, its loss would not adversely impact upon the provision of services and facilities in the area due to the presence of other pubs. In fact, the loss of the inn may very well enhance the viability of the remaining pubs at a time when they desperately need such support if they are to survive. In conclusion, Chair, the applicant finds herself in an intolerable position, having to run the inn on her own with no office enabling her to dispose of the property. She has therefore sought planning consent for its redevelopment, and that's not a decision she's taken lightly, Chair. Many thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Committee, Charlie Gordon, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a difficult one, isn't it? And listening to the last two speakers makes it, even more difficult. I never like to see the closure of a local amenity like a pub in any village, but obviously the people that have been running this particular establishment have had a lot of personal issues which have made that probably very difficult for them, particularly in the light of the fact we've had 2 years of closures and reopenings and whatever else because of the COVID pandemic. Where that pub sits, you would imagine that it would be a successful establishment. It's on the main road to Minsley. We saw on one of the slides the number of cars that were coming by it on a frequent basis, and we know ourselves that we've agreed to planning permission for land immediately opposite there. More housing, and Ponsbury is a largish village and it's getting bigger. There's lots of development going on in Ponsbury, so you would think that this premise would be a profitable one, but obviously I don't deny what the applicant's spokesman said. Obviously there have been issues there and it's not running like that at the present time, but I wouldn't like to see it close to lose an amenity like that for 4 terraced houses. I just wouldn't want it.
Okay. Councillor Marshall, please.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with Councillor Parsons. It is quite a hard one, and I agree with both Councillor Parsons and Councillor Hignett to some degree. I think when we look at this, the pub trade in itself, as was mentioned before, has gone through a torrid time during, obviously, COVID, where the pubs were closed, forced into lockdown, and obviously the return to the pubs has been extremely slow with all the restrictions upon them. So I can clearly understand if the pub's been on the market since 2018, there possibly would be no offers. I also then look at the human element of the proprietor who sadly lost her husband as well. Now finds her in a position where she's left with a business that's not making money. Now, you could always argue the case that it would be good for somebody else to come in and rejuvenate that business and maintain the pub. The fact that it's on the market and nobody has come forward with offers, you have to ask the question, is it viable? So then to look at it, to use that plot as an infill for 4 houses could be a better use of that land. There's nothing worse than looking at a pub that goes into a poor state of repairs and ends up looking derelict. I personally would much rather 4 new houses being serviced than have a derelict pub there. So I totally understand commercially the fact that the owner is using it as a fallback plan because it gives options for the site. So I actually would be in agreement that we should accept these the planning permission on it.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Anyone else, please? Councillor Hartin.
Yeah, it is a difficult one. I agree with both the previous speakers. I'm never really very happy with the proposals to shut facilities like this that have been used by local communities for a long period of time. And I'm aware, as many other councils will be, of other instances where we fought long and hard to stop pubs going out of use and try and keep them for local communities. But it is very difficult in situations like this. I mean, obviously, as has been pointed out, we've got the situation over the last couple of years where public houses have been decimated in terms of their trade. Whatever you do, over the last couple of years, I doubt very many of them would have made any profit. Personal circumstances also are very sad, obviously. I think pubs like this that are not particularly of any architectural interest, sometimes they can be difficult, I would imagine, to move on the market, particularly if this had the benefit previously of a large garden and maybe doesn't have it because there was a period in the past 10, 15 years ago when pubs were selling off their gardens as a means to bring extra income in, and I don't think that relates to this particular applicant, because I'm sure she bought it after that happened. But nevertheless, it is where it is in terms of where it sits in terms of its offer for the public. So I think probably, given this is an outline application and we've got opportunity to have a look at it when it comes back as a full application in terms of design on site and so on, I think I'm minded to go with the officer's recommendations and accept this.
Councillor Tyndall, please.
I would only say that in the past, the Southern Planning Committee has acknowledged that there can be a problem with public houses, but we've tended to refuse change of use where that pub is the only pub in that settlement. That's for, I think, Nigel, you remember the days when we very much took that line, So, on balance, it is a question of balance. I think I support the officer's proposal for recommendation approval because there are alternatives.
Councillor Walsh.
Listening to what everybody else says, I'm happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendations and defer, obviously, authority to them to meet the conditions in Appendix 1.
Okay. Second for that, please. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Anybody else wish to speak? No. Right, we've got a proposal on the table for going with the officer's recommendation. It's proposed and seconded. I will ask Kim to take the forward and against.
Okay, so we've got a proposal to accept the officer recommendation. So if I could just get your votes for or against, please. Robert Tyndall.
For.
Caroline Bagnall.
Against.
Nigel Hartin.
For.
Nat Green.
For.
Hilary Love. For. Nigel Lumpy.
Against.
Richard Marshall.
For.
Tony Parsons.
Against.
And David Evans.
Against.
Got 5 for and 4 against.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That's carried. Can you call Andrew? Thank you.
How we doing?
See you in primary school at home.
All right.
So stay here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shannon Franklin, Senior Planning Officer. The application seeks planning permission for 9 dwellings on the former Hope School site. It's for 3 bungalows and 6 2-storey houses, all of which will be a mixture of 2 and 3 bedroom properties. In addition, planning permission is sought for an additional 12 number of car parking spaces to serve the village hall, which is immediately adjacent to the site, and a village green open area of open space to the rear of the village hall. The reason this application is at committee is the parish council have given neutral comments, but they have pointed out some concerns of theirs. And the application site is a site owned by Shropshire Council, and the applicant is Cornovi Developments Limited, in which the council have an interest. So it was deemed appropriate that this was determined by a committee. I will run through the plans with you now. So the first plan is the application site. The school is to the southern corner, and then you can see that the square and kind of circular thing indicated behind is the existing playground area. Where site is written in red, this is a grassed area, and that will form the village green with a row of car parking spaces. I will point those out on the next slide. If you just the red building is the school, that is to be demolished. You can also see the existing hedging and trees forming the boundaries of the site. Next slide, please. This is the proposed development site. The blue shading around the edges is to do with the root protection areas of the hedges, all of which are being retained wherever possible. The bungalows are to the rear of the site, so that would be the far right side of the screen. So there's 3 bungalows. The justification for their siting there is that this is the greatest. This side of the site is more visual within the AONB, so they've kept the scale of development lower to this side. You can see the car parking spaces to the village hall in the light brown shade, and then the village green parcel of the site in that top corner. If you just want to pop onto the next slide, please. This is just it shown without the trees identified as part of the constraints plan, so I'll just pop onto the next one, please. This is an example of one of the house types, fairly small scale. I think this one is a 3-bedroom. And the next one, please. Again, another example of development. Officers have worked with the developer to tweak these house types to a stage where we feel the design is acceptable. Again, next one, please. Another example. The reason that this property is designed so that from the road side it appears to orientate to the road frontage, but in actual fact its front elevation is internally within the site. I'll point that out in a minute on the site plan. Next one, please. This is an example of the bungalow, which will be to the rear of the site. And next, please. So, as I was saying, the top elevation that you are seeing here is the street scene. So, both of the 2 dwellings, which you can see within that top street scene, have been designed so that from the road frontage, it should look as if those are orientated to face the road, which is characterised by a number of the other properties that are existing and the more historical buildings in there. In actual fact, you can see the little car, the site, the central access route will provide the access, but they've been designed in that way. That was part of officers' concerns that we raised at pre-app and has been addressed in the application. Then the bottom row is the bungalows to the rear, to give you an idea of scale on those, and then the central is an internal a street scene viewpoint, just so you can see how the different house types are relating to each other within the layout of the site. Next one, please.
Sorry, that's the village hall top left.
Oh yeah, the village hall is on the top left, just to give you the context. Apologies, I didn't point that out. Yeah, next. This is just without the colours, so I'll just go straight to the next one. Again, got some more colour there, just to give a bit of context to it. Next one, please. This is the drainage layout. There's been quite a few tweaks and changes to the drainage. It's not listed as one of the conditions, but it will be. I'll come on to that. One of the key reasons that I'm showing you this is because trees have raised some concerns and they've changed the drainage layout, so it's now not running through any root protection areas where it doesn't have to. And then next, please. these are just some site photographs. So you've got the village hall with its existing car parking, and then I've got a photo running. The top left is running across the frontage of the village hall, and then the bottom left is looking in the opposite direction down towards what would be the centre of Hope Village. Next, please. This is taken to the rear. This is the, like I say, the most visual area of the site as it slopes down into the AOMB. Next, please. And then these are just some internal site photographs to give you an idea of the context of the village hall, the playground which is going to be built on, and that will do. Would you mind just popping back to the location plan? So in terms of officer's recommendation, we're recommending for approval of the scheme subject to conditions and an appropriate legal agreement securing financial contribution for affordable housing and public open space. It's likely that there will be some amendment to the wording of the conditions recommended, but not their effect, including the addition of a drainage condition relating to that plan and a condition relating to the noise assessment they've submitted. So as per my recommendation, just to clarify that, should the resolution be to approve, officers have recommended that you delegate authority to the planning manager so that we can sort out the wording of those conditions. In terms of principle of development, the site's considered to represent previously developed land, currently accommodating the vacant school building, and therefore the provision of open market residential development on the site is acceptable in principle. The scale of the dwellings, bungalows, 2 and 3 bedroom properties, reflect the identified needs within the wider community, which has been identified in a housing needs survey, together with the applicant's public engagement. In terms of consultees, all are broadly in support of the scheme, subject to the imposition of the conditions that are included in the appendix and that I've referred to. It should be noted that the trees consultee retains some concerns over the scheme. However, following amendments relating to that drainage plan and ongoing discussion between planning officers, we consider that the benefit of providing 9 dwellings to outweigh the residual harm left to trees. That there is some tree removal, there is some hedging being cutting back, but the key specimens are being retained, and we consider it to be sufficient from a planning benefit perspective. The car parking spaces serving the village hall, which are required to meet an identified community need and therefore is supported in terms of provision of community facilities policy. The village green, this does not form a public open space for the development on the site. If you wouldn't mind just flicking 2 slides ahead. One more would be great. So as you can see, there's a big red circle. This is a tree which is going to be retained on site. There's a small area of public open space surrounding that tree. Then there is also the village green. The village green doesn't form public open space specific to the development due to the nature of its ownership. At the moment, it's within Shropshire Council's ownership, and it's intended to hand that over to the Village Hall Trust. But because of planning policy, we can't guarantee at this moment in time that that parcel of land will be available to the site as public open space. So the proposal is to provide an off-site financial contribution for public open space. So it is being provided, but because they can't guarantee it under the policy tests, they're doing financial contribution. So that's just to explain that. The primary concerns raised during the determination relate to the ownership of the village green and prevention of the residents using the village hall parking at Overspill. The intention of the applicant is that the village green will be handed over via a separate agreement. It will be a civil agreement between the village hall trust and the landowner. And the monitoring of the village hall car parking is a civil matter, so it'd be outside the council's jurisdiction. In terms of the scale of dwellings provided, all of them have 2 parking spaces, which we consider to be appropriate to 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings, especially when you've got some bungalows included in there. Additionally, the on-site affordable housing provision has been something that's come up in a number of comments, both from the parish council and from some local residents. So just to clarify on that, my wording wasn't spot on in the report. So because there is a vacant building on the site, which we've confirmed is not needed in terms of council's educational provision, that school provision has moved elsewhere. There's a vacant building credit applied. So this essentially reduces the affordable housing contribution from what would have been 1.8 dwellings to 0.8 dwellings. So that, bear in mind that it's nine dwellings in total. That one of them would have had to have been an on-site provision were there not this vacant building credit, and this vacant building credit would be applied to any developer that was applying to build on this site. It's not specific to being owned. So because that requirement falls to 0.8 dwellings, the applicant could, if they chose to, provide one dwelling on site, or alternatively they can provide a financial contribution of 0.8's worth of a dwelling for an off-site affordable housing provision. So there's a policy requirement, but we can't make them provide 0.8 of a dwelling on site. We can accept an affordable housing contribution. So that's just to clarify where that figure has come from. The dwellings on site will not be affordable housing secured in perpetuity, but they have been designed to reflect the needs of the locality, and that's where that consultation has come in from the developer. So we're recommending for approval of the scheme subject to the conditions and the appropriate legal agreement, and that legal agreement would be a section 106 to get the public open space contribution and the affordable housing contribution that's required by the development. I hope that clarifies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have 3 speakers on this, and we got Barry Peabody from the Village Hall, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee, sir.
Yes, I'm a trustee and I'm speaking on behalf of the Village Hall. Although we support the application for new housing, we have some concerns about the applicant's plans beyond the dwellings. These concerns are recorded in full on the portal and must be resolved before the planned transfer of land into our ownership, or they would have important implications for the hall and our community. Our concerns warrant only single-line summaries in the case officer's report and are appraised as civil issues with the developer, but I believe that our main concern is a material consideration for planning. It is in regard to the additional parking to be delivered for us, where the case officer's report described it as a requirement of the development in order to provide the necessary public benefit to justify the provision of the dwellings. The case officer gives further reasoning in support of this requirement and states it will contribute to residents' and visitors' quality of life. But in that statement, there's an implicit understanding that it is fit for purpose, and it is not. The wider public benefit may be clear, but in its intended design, appearance and materials, there are dangers for those who are asked to use it. I am the health and safety officer and safeguarding lead for the Village Hall, and a simple assessment of the potential risks shows that as planned, this new parking area is not fit for purpose and will create dangers for our patrons. No thought has been given to how elderly or vulnerable members of the community will manage the steep slope across its width. On the portal, I have displayed images of that slope, and having checked for comparisons at places around Shrewsbury, it is to be steeper than the gradients on Wildcock, Pride Hill and Castle Gates, and over twice the gradient to the centre of the English Bridge. All of you will know these places well, and our many elderly residents are to be required to negotiate this slope for parking and to access the hall. The design and materials planned for its construction are also of concern. The gravel over stone is to provide a permeable, self-draining surface, but whilst I understand the SUD's desire for permeability, the Village Hall has experienced that loose gravel creates trip hazards for our patrons, especially on a steep slope and in adverse conditions. Without constant maintenance to ensure safety, it would soon become uneven and the gravel would migrate down any slope. Its supposed permeability is also questionable, because the applicant's percolation tests will have shown a very high water table of the permanently wet underlying heavy clay. So without formal drainage infrastructure, percolating rainwater will have nowhere to disperse, and so will pool at the low points of the car park. The only satisfactory solution is for the car park to be on level land with hard surfacing and with a formal drainage infrastructure. There has been an assumption throughout that we will greatly accept the offered land without question, but Hope Village Hall must act in the best interest of its charitable status and that of our community. So unless resolutions are found to all our concerns, that acceptance may not happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, thank you. Call on Councillor Kiddis,
I am.
you are. Right. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, Heather, please.
Thank you, as if you could keep me out, David. Right, the Hope School site is very, very important to the local community. It was a grave blow to the area when the school closed, and subsequently it lost its shop, which usually happens across wherever we lose schools. The shop goes as well. That means that the village hall has become the community centre, and actually the community has stepped up to the mark really well. So anything that goes on that land is really important to the village hall and the community in general. The village hall runs a weekly post office because they lost their post office, and the Ponsonbury Post Office come up and supply that for 2 hours every Wednesday. There's a community cafe, and once a month they do a community lunch there, which is why car parking is essential and why actually having overspill from the housing would be to great detriment to the village hall. They also do a big Christmas lunch. They have some shops that come and sell things on site every Wednesday. So this is now the community building. It is the centre of the community. Because of the worries around that site, the community early on after Hope School closed actually had 2 public meetings where the church, who own part of the site, and the council and a number of other people came. There were 50 people at each public meeting, often different people, thinking about actually what they wanted, and then they had an online vote. What they wanted on that site, which has been very clearly sent to the minister when the site was released, but also to Kenobi and to this very council, was a mix of tenure on site, more than would normally be in a hub. I mean, a cluster, it's one of the clusters, and normally we'd have 2 to 4 on site, and they were quite willing to accept more housing on that site if they had smaller housing and affordable housing on the site. The amount of affordable housing has reduced over the time, and it's now unacceptable to take a contribution from that site. I would say that incredibly strongly. We cannot find land in my division for anything affordable anywhere. So to take an affordable contribution from this site is totally, totally unacceptable. Kenobi know this. The last time I was told we were down to 3 on site, we're now down to 0.8. So although I want the site very much developed, I do want it developed, and they are developing smaller housing, and it will be more affordable for people to buy. The fact that no one can easily rent in the whole of my division is a huge issue, especially when they've already lost so much in that particular settlement. So I would like the planning committee very much to think about exactly that. In fact, the parish would be, and this is why the parish has been neutral, they want the site developed. We cannot have a derelict school sitting there with all the implications of that. So I support the housing, I support the size. What you didn't see from that is that the bungalows at the back have the most amazing view over the Shrewsbury Plain. So actually they'll be worth quite a lot of money, but they're not huge buildings. And the local vote said they did not want executive houses on that site, really did not want executive houses, which they could have turned into. So in supporting this, I do support it, but I do not support the fact that there is no affordable housing on site, because there is nowhere else to deliver it. None. This particular ward has 1 rental house, which is in the social rented sector. So ideally, the parish would say, yes, we want it developed, yes, we'll accept more housing, but actually we prefer a mixed tenure affordable housing on that site. I would like that noted. So I'm not objecting to the site. I am objecting to is the lack of affordable housing on the site. Thank you, and I'm quite willing to answer any questions that the committee might have, because I've been terribly involved in this ever since the school actually closed, and I am giving you their opinions and what I believe absolutely around the need for affordable housing in the area.
Thank you, Heather. Are there any questions, Heather, please? No? Okay, thank you very much. I now call on Jeremy Horton, who's the agent for the applicant. So you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Jeremy Horton and I'm a planning consultant instructed by the applicant. The application seeks full planning permission for the demolition of existing buildings and the erection of 9 residential units with access, an extension to the car park for the village hall, and to provide an additional 12 vehicle spaces, a revised entrance to the village green of course, and associated works. The majority of the application site is considered previously developed, therefore in accordance with adopted policy CS10, the core strategy, redevelopment for housing is supported. Policy CS4 of the core strategy and policies MD1 and S.2.27 in SAMDEV are explicit in its support of investment in community clusters. Those policies recognise that housing development can provide community benefits through a suitable mix of housing or through the provision of infrastructure, facilities or services. Both CS4 and MD1 note that rural communities in community clusters will be more sustainable by allowing development that is of a scale and design sympathetic to the character of the settlement and that satisfies policy CS6. Hope is identified as a community cluster, and this implies broadly that the location is sustainable. The proposals therefore accord with the policies and the NPPF, which states that proposals which accord with an up-to-date local plan should be approved without delay. Officers and the applicant have worked closely to develop an acceptable design and layout, which has resulted in proposals that your officers consider acceptable. All other technical considerations have been addressed, and there are no outstanding objections from statutory consultees, save for trees, which your officers have weighed in the balance, considering mitigation measures acceptable. The applicant has agreed to pay a financial contribution towards off-site public open space and affordable housing, which will be secured by an appropriate legal agreement. In response to the previous comments raised, I note the following. With regard to car parking, we can accept the condition to secure the final details and levels of car parking if required. With affordable housing, there isn't much that we can do much further on that. It's a policy requirement. We're providing the policy requirement as required. To conclude, your officers have assessed the application against local and national planning policy and found the proposals accord with it and have recommended approval. We therefore respectfully request that the application is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you want to come back there, please?
Yeah, I just thought I'd address a couple of the points raised. Obviously, we appreciate the concerns of the Village Hall Trust adjacent, and where I've referred to their comments. In terms of policing who can park on those car parking spaces provided, we couldn't impose a condition on, say, there isn't a mechanism for us, the council, to do that, because it's not going to be a publicly owned car park. We wouldn't be able to meet the tests of enforceability if we put a condition on. Obviously, we would expect, in the provision of those car parking spaces, we would expect the landowner to police that in some way, and we would have to make sure that adequate provision of car parking associated with the dwellings is provided. And that's the position that we're saying. The level of parking provision, 2 spaces per house, is acceptable, but there isn't a way for us to control that adjacent car parking. I think the other thing to bring into conversation is the public benefit of this development. This is a site that's previously developed land, and as has been pointed out, it is acceptable for open market residential dwellings. it is acceptable for open market residential dwellings. So we have to then work out what scheme is giving us the greatest public benefit. We can't make the applicant, in this case, provide secured by section 106 in perpetuity on-site affordable housing. Our own policies in terms of the number of dwellings they're proposing, the vacant building credit, and how we then secure affordable housing provision don't allow us to make them do that in this instance. If that vacant building wasn't there, then absolutely we'd have 1.8 dwellings required. One would have to be on site. But because that vacant building credit exists, and that vacant building credit exists whether it's 9 dwellings of this size or whether it's 3 dwellings of an executive style, as how they've been described. So what officers are weighing up is, does this scheme give sufficient public benefit, considering the housing alone, to recommend for approval? And on that basis, I am saying that it does. The additional parking for the village hall and the village green, it's obviously greatly desired both by the local residents and the local area. And this is an application that could secure that for them. And so in weighing up just the public benefit of housing of this scale, there is sufficient to approve the application. Adding in the public benefit of those car parking spaces in that village green, whilst it would be something that would be within the control of the village hall, subject to those land ownership agreements being made, that's an additional public benefit over and above what they need for us to recommend for approval. So I wanted to clarify that. I'm happy to take questions on that as and when.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons, please.
Chair, I just wanted to say that as I sit on the Housing Supervisory Board, which supervises the activities of the company, it's not a pecuniary interest as such, but to avoid any perceived bias, I won't be voting on this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Harting, please.
Yeah, thank you. It is an interesting application we have in front of us here. I'm pleased to say that the applicant, if we were to go through, is happy to work with the village hall in terms of the parking spaces, because I do know the site and it is quite a bang going there. On the other hand, I can't see any, first of all, I can't see anything in the report to make it quite clear as to the environmental standards to which are being proposed in terms of the design and build. I was under the impression that Hgvs was bringing forward homes that exceed the minimum standards, and I was wondering whether you can answer that. Perhaps I'll ask you to do that first before I move on.
Yeah, so Hgvs, all of their dwellings are designed to the emerging building regulations. So basically these dwellings are designed to go over and above current building regulations requirements. I cannot remember which part of the building regulations it is. I think it's part L that they're basically over complying with current requirements. They are designed to be more sustainable in terms of build type and construction, but we haven't given that additional weight in determining this planning application. The application, the bungalows are designed to building regulations part M3, I want to call it, which is essentially for accessibility and disabled. That's not a requirement of current policy. Again, it's an over and above of current policy, but I'm not giving them additional weight for those. I'm not giving them additional weight for that. I'm just considering it as housing. But yes, they do go over and above in terms of their design on those 2 points.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The problem though that I've got with this particular application, I suppose the one that's been raised before by Councillor Kidd as a local member, in the lack of provision of affordable houses in perpetuity, given that that's what the local community quite clearly said they want, and given that Hgvs is a company set by ourselves, and so therefore we should be looking to the company that we put in place, looking to taking account of what's required in the local area. And that's a big problem for me for this particular application. The principle of housing on the site and the principle of build to a better standard is something that is certainly supportable. The additional work with the village hall is supportable. What isn't supportable, I don't think, in my opinion, is the lack of provision of proper affordable housing on the site to meet the community needs. I think it's appalling that therefore I'll be voting against this particular application.
Councillor Tindall, please.
Yes, I'm going to be voting against it too. I think that this is a bit of a windfall site for Cornovia, I think they call themselves, basically Shropshire Council. They closed the primary school, and I would have thought that morally, let aside planning policy, morally, they should use their site to provide affordable dwellings. Period. I've got nothing more to say.
Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's a little bit unfair to describe the site as a windfall site. It's a former school that was closed down and now officially it was a brownfield site. Canovia have come along and put a plan together to provide 2 and 3 bedroom residents, which I think actually is very fair for the site, fair usage. They've also offered to give additional parking spaces to the village hall, which is a great thing, as Councillor Kidd said. The village hall is now the hub of the community and a very, very used facility. So to be able to give up the additional parking space is a fantastic thing. And also the village green. So when we're looking at this, proposal, for me, it just seems to be an excellent use of a community space. It's okay, it's not providing the provisions of affordable housing per se, but the fact that they're smaller housings, 2, 3 housing, makes it more affordable for the area. So I actually think we should absolutely accept this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Aiken, please.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of points. I want to emphasise how important it is to see those bungalows on the site, because developers do not generally put bungalows on unless they're pretty well forced to. And the bungalows are very important in a fairly small place like this, because for disabled use and for people that can't get up and downstairs and or don't want to or whatever, or need to retire, then bungalows are vitally important. So it's nice to see the space being taken up to build bungalows. I think the point that was made about the village hall parking, yes, I agree that the car park probably does need levelling. I haven't been past that site for 2 or 3 years, but I don't presume it's any less steep than it was the last time I used it. But I think the village hall can control that as a charitable trust. I think they can put safeguards in place to make sure that there wasn't overflow parking there for residents, visitors, for instance. And I can understand the concern about the lack of affordable dwelling, but I do tend to agree with the previous speaker that I think this in general is a good design, albeit that it lacks plenty of affordable dwellings. I understand Councillor Kidd's point that there just aren't any affordable dwellings in that area. So I'm not sure that this is the time to put it back so that people come with an affordable dwelling suggestion for it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Harding, please.
Yeah, well, I should have actually proposed a refusal before, so I'll propose that while I'm here. Just to come back on what Councillor Hayden said, I would again say that Cornovia is a company set up by the council, and to have it then overriding what the local community want to be brought forward is, I think, something we shouldn't be putting up with, and that's why I'm voting against it and will propose that we refuse it.
I would like to second that, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify on this? This application, to put it politely, you can't refuse this application on the basis that it's not providing affordable housing.
If we decided to do that, we could do that.
It's policy compliant. This site is
nevertheless,
policy
I don't
compliant.
agree that we couldn't refuse it if we came forward with a reason. It would have to be determined by appeal, you're right.
But what I'm trying to say to you is that the lack of affordable housing on this site, affordable housing secured by a Section 106 agreement in perpetuity, is not a reason for refusal under our current adopted policy. The site complies with our current adopted policy on affordable housing. 9 dwellings at this site in this location in South Shropshire generates a need for 1.8 dwellings. There's a vacant building credit apply which reduces the need to 0.8 dwellings. Our policy explicitly says that if it is less than if it's a point something of a dwelling requirement on site, that can be provided by a legal agreement and financial contribution. So I'm just cautioning you that the lack of on-site provision is not a reason for refusal under our adopted policy. the development is policy compliant, and irrelevant of who the applicant is, any applicant could submit the identical scheme and they would be policy compliant. I understand the desires of a company with that the council has an interest in for them to undertake best practice, but that's a decision for the council and for those stakeholders within that company. Unfortunately, it's not a decision that the committee can say, well, this developer has to over provide. Essentially, it is policy compliant on affordable housing grounds, as much as the local member has said, there is a desire to provide on-site affordable housing. That's what I'm trying to clarify. I don't know if Tim might want to sort out my wording.
It doesn't change my relation.
Councillor Longby, please.
I think we have to be careful if we set a company up like Kirby and then we say we've got to run you as a commercial business, that we then start saying, well, because we're the council, you've now got to do it a different way because that's what we like. Then they lose the edge of being a commercial company. So I don't actually agree with what's just been said previously.
We go ahead and pick that.
I think we thrashed this one.
I don't know, is there a motion?
Apologies here, but you want to refuse it on the grounds of not having enough for the Wagons, as we say.
That's the primary reason, but if I'm not allowed to do that, I'll have to come up with something else, won't I?
Yeah, just to reiterate what Shannon said, as it's policy compliant, I think we'd be penalised heavily on costs if we got a challenge and we've refused it on something that's policy compliant just because it's a council-owned company.
Okay, what we normally do in those circumstances is defer it for consultation, isn't it, for it to come back to the next meeting?
That position in relation to affordable housing though won't change, so deferral to come back in relation to that wouldn't change the position.
So we'd have to discuss how we went about it then, wouldn't we?
If you've got an alternative reason for refusal, you mean?
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I think what the councillor's trying to say here is that he wants to move forward on it and he's thinking that we can then go away and defer the decision to come back for the same result. Personally, I wouldn't be in favour of that. I think what Councillor Lumley said is exactly right. Irrespective of whether Cornovy, the council have an interest in Cornovy are there as a separate entity, and the rules within the planning policies have to apply to Cornovy exactly the same as they would Barrett's, Taylor Wimpey, Joe Smith and Sons Builders. We have to forget the fact that they have any association with Shropshire Council. They are the developer that has submitted the application. That's how it has to be judged.
Well, Chairman, if I can come in there, I think we need, conscious of what was just been said, I think we do need to pause and consider this, because I'm not convinced that because the council completely doesn't have an interest in it, as far as I know, it completely owns Cornovy, and here we are desperately trying to provide accommodation for people who can't afford over market prices, and then we're giving away a site like this. It just doesn't stack up morally. It might do in principle in planning terms, but morally, I think it's not good, and it wouldn't look very good in the press either. And Radio Shropshire, I think the public as a whole will be absolutely horrified that we have got the means to provide some extra affordable dwelling and we're not doing it. And so we may be wrong to refuse it, but the policy is wrong. And that is the strong. Now I'm going to finish. No, I'm not going to. This is the strongest message that we must give. We struggle and struggle and struggle to provide affordable homes, particularly in South Shropshire, and there we are missing a good opportunity here.
So Marshall.
Yeah, this is the point here. It's absolutely zero at this point to do with morally. It's totally to do with legally. And when we talk about what will look good in the press, how will it look in the press if we go to appeal, spend 100, 200, whatever £1,000 and waste that for council's money, when Cornovy as a social housing provider effectively has put a proposal in to develop a brownfield site that's going to give 2 and 3 bedroom houses, which by nature are more affordable. The residents have already said they didn't want the executive inverted comma houses, they want the smaller houses. So this gives the opportunity of 9 houses, creates the effective use of the brownfield site, provides parking towards the village hall, so they're giving back to the community. So I'd hate to see how that would look in the media after we've spent a few £100,000 on an appeal and we come back with the same result.
There's no, I could add to that. I mean, that's correct. The way to control the operation of Cornovy and the provision of affordable housing is through the council's ownership and making a council decision that they will only provide, they will provide over and above what the policy requires. But that's not the position we're in, and the position that we're in at the moment is that the proposal before you is policy compliant, and therefore if you were to refuse it on the grounds that it's not making enough affordable housing provision, and that Cornovy were to appeal, and that would be a difficult position in itself, because Cornovy is owned by the council. But we would lose the appeal and we would lose costs. So.
My proposal was a deferral whilst we thrashed this out at policy level.
I think the issue is, if we theoretically, if you defer the application, my understanding is that is essentially to go away and say to the developer, will you provide on-site affordable housing? But they don't have to do that. There is no, okay, so to understand, you're essentially going to defer, and we're not going to change our policy before next month's committee. We're also not able to change the agreement between Shropshire Council and Cornovy in terms of the mechanism of how they provide housing. There was a mention that they're a social housing provider, and I saw some head shaking. They're not a social housing provider. They are a developer for profit in an agreement between Shropshire Council, not Shropshire Planning Committee, Shropshire Council, and Cornovy, a developer which is owned by them. So unless the agreement between Shropshire Council and Cornovy Developments in terms of how they practice developing, i.e. what their profit margins are, that they're always over providing affordable housing, that isn't an agreement that the planning committee before us have any say over, and a deferment of consideration isn't going to change that, and it's not going to change the planning policy, and that's my concern that I'm trying to highlight.
Councillor Lumby, please.
I think we need to move forward on this, so I'm going to make a proposal that we recommend the approval of the officer's recommendation, rather, for approval with conditions identified in the report, and also in respect, and particularly the surface and slope of the car park that's been provided.
And I'll second Councillor Tyndall's proposal to defer for consultation.
Okay, every second if you right. Okay,
I'll second that.
Are you withdrawing your first proposal then?
I'm withdrawing my first proposal in favour of Councillor Tyndall's proposal to defer, so that we can have consultations with Cornovy with a view to bringing it back at a future meeting after we've had discussions with them over their proposal not to provide affordable housing.
And we also get a proposal.
Is that right?
Proposal for accepting the officer's recommendation.
Yeah.
And the second for that.
Yeah, we have. So that's the second proposal.
Yeah. So we go on.
So Councillor Tyndall recommended.
Councillor Tyndall recommended deferment, so we could go and talk to Cornovy about affordable housing.
Correct.
And who seconded Nigel?
And that's seconded by Nigel Martin. Councillor Lumby proposed we accept the officer's recommendation and provide looking at level in the car park.
So who seconded Nigel?
Nigel is seconding Robert Tyndall.
Yeah, so who seconded?
And then we've got Councillor Lumby.
Never good in the same room.
Right, so we're now going to put it to the vote. We take Councillor Tyndall's vote first, which is defer the application so we can go and talk to Cornovy regarding more affordable housing. And I will ask you to take the vote, Kim, please.
Okay, so can you get with your voting for or against the defer, the proposal for deferral? Councillor Tyndall,
For.
Councillor Bagnall,
For.
Councillor Hartin,
For.
Councillor Hignett,
Against.
Councillor Green,
For.
Councillor Love. Against. Councillor Lumbey,
Against.
Councillor Marshall
Against.
and Councillor Evans.
Against.
That's 1, 2, 3, so that's 4 for and 1, 2, 3 and 5 against. So that one fails.
Okay, that's failed, so we now take the proposal by councillor Lumley.
David, can I just ask something at this point?
Yeah.
As a local member, and I can see that the vote will go the other way, could we add to the conditions that the 0.8 of affordable housing money has to be spent within the parish, please?
You can get that.
There's a mechanism for that.
The expenditure of the 0.8 of affordable housing contribution would be spent as per the mechanism that we have set down in our policy. We couldn't, I don't know off the top of my head how that mechanism works in terms of how the affordable housing payment is distributed, but it's for affordable housing provision within that locality. I can't say.
It really isn't good enough, unfortunately. It really isn't good enough. And that is my major concern. I would really want this committee to find a way to make sure it's spent within the area, please.
I think all that we can do is make sure that that's noted and minuted. You can't change policy on the hoof because the policy sets out a mechanism for the spending of affordable housing contributions.
And unfortunately, it means that the urban areas get it and the rural don't.
Unfortunately, that's your adopted policy. I can't say any more than that.
Unfortunately, it's not mine.
All mine.
Right, we'll have it. Councillor Lumley, seconded by councillor Marshall to accept the officer's recommendation. Can we add something to that effect?
We can say that it's minuted and we will.
And we can minute it that we'd like the affordable housing contribution spent in the area.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we can take the vote. So
Take the vote, please.
please indicate whether you're voting for or against the proposal to accept the officer's recommendation. Councillor Tyndall,
Against.
Councillor Bagnall,
Against.
Councillor Hartin,
Against.
Councillor Hignett,
For.
Councillor Green,
Against.
Councillor Love, for, Councillor Lumbey,
For.
Councillor Marshall
For.
and Councillor Evans.
For.
So that's 5, 4 and 4 against.
Thank you. The officer's recommendation is carried. Thank you. Right, we now go to Bill with the legislature.
You won't agree because of my cash back, so.
I'm gonna try. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Chair. When's the next built-in break?
Sorry.
When's the next built-in break? We're now 4 hours into it.
Do you want to take a break now?
No, that would.
Next one's going to be a long one. We're going to take a break now. 5 minutes.
Still 4 there.
I know.
You can see it's up to 30.
Accept, no, just accept without going back on
Oh, well.
Yeah, and then Robert Tyndall saying.
Yeah.
But that would be fair.
I wasn't trying to give you a hard time, I was just being slightly high and mighty about it because.
We're Robert, yes.
We don't want to be put in that position either, but we are. That's different.
I'll drop there an email. Yeah, it's been cut in between, I think it's just a habit. But I now have a user for it.
I think it was, yeah, unless he's gone. Don't know.
We can get back on the right match, Mike, right. Right, we go out to item number 9 now, which is builders latest site, builders telephone. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a full application for the change of land to create a holiday caravan site, including the alteration of the existing access formation of internal access roads and footpaths and associated landscaping. I'll just run through the slides quickly. If we can move on, Tim, please. That's the application site in red. You will see coming off to the eastern side and down to the highway is a track which is also outlined in red, and that's intended to provide the access into the site. If you note to the east of the access point off the highway, there's a highway junction which has another road running off in a northeasterly direction. There is an existing access into the site off that road as well, but it's intended that that access would only be used for emergency purposes. There wouldn't be any day-to-day access off that highway. The main access is off that westerly point on that plan. Next diagram, please. You can see that that's a plan showing the layout of the site. Where the access comes in at the kind of the southeasterly corner, it's intended that there would be a recreational pond and a reception building, and then you will see that the vast majority of the caravans that are proposed are in the centre and the northern part of that site. The intention is to have 120 static caravans, static lodges or caravans, and 35 touring caravan pitches along with supporting infrastructure. All of the units to be provided, whether they be twin units or static caravans, would meet the definition of caravan under the Caravan Sites Act. We can move on, Tim, please. What that plan doesn't show particularly well is that there are intended improvements to the access point as part of the proposal, and the recommendation, which obviously I'll come on to shortly, is that if permission is granted, it will be subject to conditions requiring that access to be improved, and also requiring a contribution to a traffic regulation order via a Section 106 agreement. If we could move on, please, with the slides. That is a landscaping plan which shows that there's additional planting to be undertaken on site as part of the proposal, enhanced planting. Note the northern area, the northeast boundary of the site is formed by an ancient woodland, and that's referred to in the report. If we could move on, please. Yeah, what you've probably not got from the plans that you've seen to date is that there is a significant slope on the site. It slopes upwards from the southern end up to the quite significantly to the northern end of the site. So throughout there is a significant change in levels, and the applicant, as part of their submission for the application, has been asked to provide additional information about the levels and the amount of excavation required. Move on, please. Again, that's probably not the best of plans for it in terms of the display today, but it does those plans do show that the slope on the site from south to north. So the left-hand side is the north, primarily, and the right hand side is east, and you can see there's quite a significant increase in levels. Okay, just running through the some slides. That's the access off the main road. I can't read I can't read at the top there, Tim. Can you get rid of that display?
3, 4, 3,
16.
3, 4, 3, 6, 3, 8, 10.
Yeah. So that's the access road into the site. If we can move on with the slides, they're not particularly good. So the view showing the access on the left and the ghost island provision. You can move on, please. That's showing the current position of the 40-mile-an-hour sign, looking west from the access, and as I say, the intention is to require a contribution to extend that 40-mile-an-hour limit. Okay. That's the what would be the emergency access that I referred to earlier onto the other highway, but there's not an intention to use that for day-to-day access into the site. Next slide, please. Yeah, that you get an idea from that slide, a better idea from that slide of the slope on the site, going from the southern end. Looking up to the northern part of the site, you also see that from that there are some substantial trees on site which are to be retained as part of the proposal. And again, that's yeah, looking from the highway boundary, you can see that there's existing vegetation along the boundary there that will help to shield the site when in blue. That's just an aerial view of the site. You can see it has been used for leisure purposes previously, and I mean this application is the change of use, but it has been used for leisure purposes. But this obviously is a significant intensification of the use of the site. You can move on, please. The red lines on these drawings are showing the extent of the site. So it is quite a significant, obviously it's a significant site in the landscape. There is going to be some landscape impact, but as is set out in the report, the conclusion that has been analysed by the council's landscape consultants. The conclusion is that the impact will be less than significant. So again, just looking at the site, that's viewed down from looking southwards. So we're at the height above the site, looking southwards down towards the site, and there you can see the slope running away from you. I think that's it, is it? That's the main body of the site itself. Looking southwards again, I believe. Okay, I think that's the slides. I draw members' attention to the lake representation sheet. You'll see on there are a number of items relating to this application. First of all, there was a submission from the agents. That's on page 2 of your lake representations. They confirmed in that they have undertaken speed surveys in the area of the junction, and I'll say more about that shortly. Then underneath that, there's a submission from the local member where she is suggesting that there were no speed readings taken. Again, I'll come back to that shortly, and that the junction is or has been subject to a number of accidents previously. and the local member has asked that the application be deferred in order to consider the concerns that she's raised in terms of the highway implications. That submission by the local member has resulted in a further submission from the applicant's agents, just reaffirming that speed traffic assessment, including speed data assessment, was undertaken and has been submitted to the council as part of the planning application, and has been assessed by the council's highway development control team, and they've raised no concerns subject to the conditions that they've set out within their comments, which are contained within the main body of the report. They've also said that the extension of the 40-mile-an-hour limit has been retained within the overall scheme, even though the scheme is not reliant on it due to the speed readings that have been taken. So they've asked that their confirmation that the details that Councillor Wilde has suggested perhaps weren't with the council have been provided, and that members do feel in a position to determine the application today rather than to defer. I've showed you briefly some plans of the site. What the proposal includes is improvements to the access point and also improvements to the access road into the site to make it, obviously the number of units proposed would be significant in terms of traffic movements, and the intention is to ensure that both the access and the roadway up into the site is fit for purpose in terms of improvements to that. Proposed internal roads are going to be constructed using permeable materials, and a surface water drainage proposal has been submitted, which is considered to be acceptable in terms of the council's drainage team. It's not possible to connect to a foul sewer, so it's intended that the proposal as a whole will be serviced in terms of its foul drainage by treatment, one or more treatment plants to deal with that with the foul drainage from the development. You'll see from the report that Buildworth's Parish Council have raised a number of concerns relating to the development. They're concerned about access in particular and the highway implications, but also they've raised issues around flooding, potential flooding, and also the size of the development in terms of its being disproportionate to the size of the village of Buildworth. They've also raised issues around the AONB and potential noise disturbance and light pollution. Moving on, as I said, Highways Development Control, Shropshire Council's Highways Development Control have raised no objection to the proposal following the submission of additional information, but they are recommending that a number of conditions be imposed. They're set out on 4.2 of your report, and also that the contribution be made via a Section 106 agreement to extend the 40-mile-an-hour limit. Other than that, all of the consultees, statutory consultees, have raised no objections, although there are a number of conditions recommended. Again, they're referred to within the main body of the report, but set out after the recommendation. But they relate to the drainage scheme, conditions around trees, a contamination contaminated land condition requiring investigation and remediation if there's any contamination found. The applicants also prepared a heritage impact assessment, which has been assessed by the conservation team. That necessitated a consideration about the impact of the proposals, both in terms of the ancient woodland and the landscape in general, but also on the World Heritage Site. And that you will see that, and as I've said earlier, the conclusion that they come to is that the impacts in each of those respects will be less than significant. We've already discussed earlier about a much smaller scheme, about the fact that the council has adopted policies which encourage the provision of tourist facilities in the county, in the right locations, in sustainable locations. And I did refer, I think, in discussion about the earlier application, about the fact that this scheme is clearly significantly different to the smaller scheme that we were discussing earlier. This scheme is it's close to Bungalow, but it's also close to other settlements. It's close to Ironbridge. It's close to Telford, and in terms of its sustainability, subject to the access and the highway impacts being acceptable, which advisors tell us that they are. It's considered to be a sustainable location. The applicants have indicated that they intend to encourage sustainable travel to the site. They're not hiding the fact that clearly accessing the site will primarily be by car, especially when arriving and departing for the first time. But the intention is to run a shuttle bus into Telford and to Telford Station, and to provide cycling facilities to encourage people to use alternative forms of transport. But officers do consider that it is a sustainable location. It will bring significant economic benefits, and we've given that weight in terms of the planning balance, which is set out at the end of the report. And that whilst there are some negative impacts, and there will be some negative impacts in terms of visual impact, as I've said, they're not considered to be substantial. They're less than substantial, or sorry, less than significant, and don't outweigh the fact that the positives to be provided from the proposal are significant, and that it, in our opinion, accords with policy, that the policy requirements for the provision of new holiday and tourist accommodation. So the recommendation before you is for approval, subject to those conditions as set out at the foot of the report, and to the requirement to complete a Section 106 agreement to provide the extension of the 40-mile-an-hour limit. Just finally, on the late rep sheet, I've again asked that you, if you're minded to approve the application, you give us delegated powers just to tweak the conditions, just in terms of their accuracy and their in terms of the accuracy of the conditions. There's nothing significant. It's just tidying up those conditions to make sure that they are clear and enforceable, as I said with the earlier application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tim. Councillor Parsons, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there are a number of issues, I think, with regards to this site. This site as it stands now, and this site as it will be over the next 10 years, when all of that area to the southeast is being developed with 1,000 houses on it for the Ironbridge power station, which obviously isn't there at this point in time. Now that road junction, the road junction there where you would turn into the site, in my view, I know what highways are saying, but in my view, when you've got hundreds and hundreds of white van man and whatever else coming down there towards the Ironbridge power station to work there, that is going to be particularly dangerous if you're trying to turn into that with a great big caravan on the back of your car. It's not going to be straightforward, and I don't think that what we've got at the moment with that ghost island is probably enough. I think more needs to be done there if that is going to be an appropriate turning point onto the site. The other thing I'd say is that this is very much car. It's only really for cars. If you're in one of the caravans at the very top north end of that site, I'll guarantee you're not going to walk into Iron Bridge from there or into Telford. You'll be getting in your car and going into those particular areas. So I think there are issues. I'm not saying I'm necessarily against the development, but there are issues that need more work on them, in my view.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm actually part horrified and very surprised that Highways haven't actually flagged up any issues with this. As Councillor Parsons says, we've got a major development going on just across the river that's going to last for 10 to 15 years. There's a massive amount more construction traffic that's going to be traversing the A4169 down Bilbras Bank. Now, anybody who knows Bilbras Bank knows that it's a very steep slope, and fully laden articulated lorries come down there. They have a job to stop. So where we've got the junction into the Much Wenlock Road, that's often bad enough where vehicles will overrun. We've then all of a sudden got a right-hand turn with caravans going on to the caravan site itself. I think we're in a potential danger. Now, obviously, each application has to be taken in isolation, but I'm really shocked Highways, when doing the desktop exercises on this, haven't considered the additional traffic created by the Ironbridge Power Station development that's going on for a long period. I think also something that Councillor Parsons picked up on, as a council, we're actively looking at promoting active travel. I agree with him here that this is going to be a very car-centric development of a tourist location. There's not going to be that much walking and cycling because of the nature of the slopes, and we can have the minibuses and the rest of it, but I think it will be concentrating on cars solely or majoritively.
Anyone else wish to speak, please? Councillor Harting.
Yeah, I didn't have the benefit of going on site, but the obviously no builders find job with reasonably often. And I have similar sort of concerns as Councillor Marshall. Really. I'm quite surprised that the traffic study has come back with the results that it has. And I don't know whether or not you can confirm whether or not the Ironbridge development has been factored into those considerations or not. Because it just seems, fairly obvious. I'm not a highways engineer, so I can't say, whether they're right or wrong. But it just seems odd that with this increase in traffic, that what's already in place there seems to be sufficient.
It has been factored in, and because obviously the Highways Development Control team, in providing their comments, are fully aware that there is the resolution to grant permission for the power station, so they've taken that into account in their comments. But I hear what members are saying. They're expressing concern about the Highways comments. I have to tell you that those are their comments based on the information that's been provided. I would have some difficulty with refusing on highway grounds given their comments, but I hear what members are saying, and maybe you're after further discussion with the Highways team for clarification about where they're at. But that's a matter for you as members.
Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, thank you for that, Tim. Could I propose then at that point that we defer requesting much more substantial information from Highways with a complete highway study that can be presented to the committee, so that we can have a look and we can actually ascertain how much of the additional traffic that's caused by Ironbridge has been factored into this.
Okay, Councillor Luck, please.
Actually, I would second what Councillor Marshall has said.
Okay.
I was going to come up with the same sort of idea.
So
I think, sorry, I think if you're, and obviously you need to vote on the deferment, if you're deferring for that purpose, I mean, it's to, just to clarify, it's not seeking further information from the applicants at this stage. You're wanting further clarification of the position of our highway development.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right, we can propose and a second on the table for deferred to all the highway control issues. Kim will take the vote now, please. That's a deferral, please.
Okay, so take the votes for voting for deferral. You indicate whether you're voting for or against, please. Councillor Bagnall.
For.
Councillor Harting.
For.
Councillor Hgvs.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Luff.
For.
Councillor Lumbey.
Against.
Councillor Marshall.
For.
Councillor Parsons.
For.
And Councillor Evans.
For.
That's 8 for and 1 against.
8 for, 1 against, so it's a referral to sort out highways. Thank you. Item number 10 is the Wenlock Edge in East Hope.
Thank you, Chair. It's me again.
Thank you.
I seem to be caravan man today, because this is the third application that I've got relating to caravans. This application is an application at the Wenlock Edge Inn, at Much Wenlock, for the stationing of 3 holiday let units, and it's in part to, there is a previous approval for a similar scheme at this site. This application is a different scheme, but there is a previous approval and an ex-stamp permission for some holiday accommodation on the car park area, which is opposite side of the road to the Wenlock Edge Inn. If we can just quickly run through the slides. So what you see there is the application site outlined in red, and the rest of the ownership outside in blue. So the Wenlock Edge Inn is on the south-east side of the road. The application site is on in red, and the northwest side of the road there. Can move on, please. So the proposal there is to have, on the left-hand diagram there, you can see the 3 blocks. That's the 3 caravans set at angles to the road, each with a parking space there and access off the main road opposite the pub. If we could move on, please. That's the type of accommodation provided. As you'll see, the point is that the proposed units will meet the definition of caravan, but I'm sure a lot of you as members will realise you can do a lot with a twin unit caravan these days to make it look like a more substantial and permanent building. Nevertheless, they will need to meet the definition of caravan. We can move on, please. That's looking into the site. As you see, it's a bit of a mess at the moment. That's looking into the site from the highway. We can move on. Again, looking into the site from the access, there's rubble and materials stored on site, and it's not. It doesn't look particularly attractive as it is at the moment. Okay. Again, just views into the site, northern boundary, and that's the Wenlock Edge Inn. The intention is, I think, that the applicant is going to refurbish and reopen the pub, although it has been closed for some time, and that is not a requirement of the planning permission, although the recommendation is that if approved, the approval will be subject to an agreement requiring or tying the proposed holiday units to the ownership and occupation of the pub, so that they can be managed, and the benefit, any income from the units, can be used for that property. Okay, moving on. what that plan doesn't show particularly well, but it is the 3 units that are angled on there. That's an overlay of what was approved previously. So the dark units at right angles to each other are the location of the previous unit's approval. I think there were 6 in total, but certainly at least 3 units there previously approved, and the current application is for 3 units, as I say. I think, is that the end of the slides for that? Yeah. So the original application was for 4. It's been reduced down to 3, as we've seen on the plans, staggered row away from the boundary. The application, the units would meet the definition of caravan, and therefore they can be dismantled and transported off-site if necessary. The application site itself is within the AONB, although the pub across the road isn't. The boundary of the AONB runs down the road at that point. You'll see from the report that the local member has requested that this application be determined by committee, and that the Town Council, Much Wenlock Town Council, have objected to the proposals. They feel there's insufficient information on which to base a judgment, and also East Hope and Stanton Long Parish Council have also objected. The consultee responses are set out in the report for you there. Again, no outstanding objections from any of the consultees, but there is an objection from Much Wenlock Civic Society, who are concerned about the site in general, and also from the National Trust. As I've said previously on the other 2 applications that I presented, the council does have policies which encourage the provision of tourist accommodation in sustainable locations. The fact that there's been a previous approval here clearly sets a precedent in terms of it being an acceptable location for some holiday accommodation. This is a less intense use than was previously approved, and we consider that in principle it is acceptable, and the intention is that it be used to help the ongoing viability of the pub. I don't think there's as I say, the recommendation is one on balance, taking into account all of the material considerations which are set out in the report before you, and the conditions are set out at the foot of the report. Just to clarify 2 other things. There was a late submission by the applicant in relation to the proposal, which I don't think has been shared with members, but in terms of in that submission, they've referred to a previous appeal decision where at paragraph 24, the inspector concluded that there would not be any significant harm on either the SSSI or the AONB. And also that there was no dispute between the appellants and the council that the proposed tourism could help with the business viability of the Wenlock Edge Inn, and considered that in terms of business viability, the proposal as it was then, that this is the original approval that was allowed on appeal, would be acceptable in terms of impact on the AONB and the business viability. Thank you, Chair. I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Chair. Right, we've got some speakers on this. We've got Councillor Duncan White, and who will speak on behalf of Much Wenlock Parish Council, Town Council.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
3 minutes to address the committee, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mushmanlock Town Council was notified of the application in October 2021 at the very last minute because the application had been allocated to the wrong council. The following comment was agreed. Mushmanlock Town councillors object to the application as insufficient information had been provided to allow them to make an informed decision at that point. Additional papers have subsequently been added to the website, but no notification of this was received at the Town Council. The Town Council has not considered the application further since that point. These papers are simply extra papers, are extremely basic, lacking in fine detail and almost meaningless. They do not give me confidence that this is a well thought out and prepared application. Mushmanlock Neighbourhood Plan supports the retention of community facilities, but not at the expense of quality of place. This appears to be a new application. It's not an amendment to the previous one, and it's different in so many ways. There is insufficient evidence provided of the chalets and their design, or the sewage plant, and where in relation to the SSSI they would be. Merely a screenshot from a brochure showing a picture of a chalet somewhere random in the world. Nor is there an outline for proposals for the pub. What's to stop the chalets being put in place and then the pub remaining closed? This application is setting a dangerous precedent for all pubs with large car parks to make similar applications for chalets to be sited on them, and it raises the issue of where the customers are supposed to park. The pub is in a prominent position on Wenlock Edge and is an eyesore. It's currently closed down and has been for some years. How do we know that the placing of the chalets will guarantee the financial viability of the pub? The planning statement indicates that the inn has a capacity for a certain number of seated customers at any one time. The Wenlock Edge Inn is currently derelict with no indication of work starting to be renovated. Therefore, there are no customers to enable this calculation, with the building a long way from being in a position to open. I ask that you consider a condition that if the pub shuts, the chalets have to shut and be removed, with the area being returned to meadow perhaps. The application should not be approved until the inn has been reopened and has itself proved a viable enterprise. Users of 3 or 4 chalets will not fill the pub and make it viable. The Town Council would expect to have certain up-to-date reports with the application, for example, ecology, highways on traffic management, landscaping and viability, and this simply is not the case. We request that you object to this application due to insufficient, accurate and meaningful information.
Thank you, sir. Jane Maisley speaking on behalf of East Open Shipton, Stanton Law, Parish Council.
Thank you, yes.
You have 3 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. My name's Jane Medley and I'm clerk to East Oak Shipton and Stanton Long Parish Council. Thank you for allowing me to represent the Parish Council today. East Hope is a small rural community on Wenlock Edge. The facilities in this quiet spot are the church, a defibrillator in the phone box, a post box and notice board, and an honesty charity box, shop stroke cupboard. Whilst the site is not within the parish, it is right on the boundary. This is a new application, not an amendment to the existing consent 14/02184/full for a different type of accommodation. The site is also very different now to the car park the previous application was to be set on. It is now Harris fenced off and appears to be a builder's dumping storage yard, with many homes for little critters now on it. The Parish Council feel that there should be reports such as ecology, traffic management, visibility display, etc. Some of these reports are now on the website. The Parish Council were not made aware they have been submitted to be able to consider them. For example, the Protected Species Survey report dated 2014, and I have brought a copy with me if you want to prove for your new proof the dates. It's 14th of May to the 16th of June 2014, and refers to the previous application. For example, bat boxes being situated in the eaves of the building, not the caravans. There are no elevations or floor plans included, just a screenshot, as we've seen, of the large chalet, and no location plan or block plan. There obviously is now, but there wasn't when we looked at it. The last 2 were submitted later. Highways objected to the application the parish council considered, and there is no further response visible to the public after the submission of the block plan. The waste system proposal was added to the documents online at a later date, and again East Hope, Shipton, Stanton Long were not aware. The planning statement indicates that Wenlock Edge Inn has a capacity for a certain number of covers at one time. The Wenlock Edge Inn is currently derelict, with no indication of work starting to renovate. Therefore, there are no covers for food serving available at this time. There is no indication in the proposal where visitors to Wenlock Edge are to park. East Hope, Shipton and Stanton Long asked at the very least that this application is deferred for more up-to-date reports relevant to the condition of the site. Reports that the Ecology Department and Highways Department can consider both objected to the current application reports, plus a visibility display for both sides of the road. These were submitted with a previous application, and as my councillors live locally, they know what it's like to leave that pub. They did visit it when it was a thriving place. I have as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, Mr. Matthew Murray for the applicant.
Thank you very much. I can try to avoid repeating too much of what Tim Rogers has just said. The planning application for the substitution from 2 larger units in the previous application for the 3 smaller units that we have proposed. This application was originally submitted proposing the stationing of 4 holiday letting units together with installation of treatment plant associated works and parking spaces. The number of units has been reduced to 3. The parking drive area has been adjusted to suit the 3 adjacent. This removes the proposed site from the site of special scientific interest as demonstrated by the overlay plan. And it sits on the site of the previous application. Drawing your attention to the appeal decision, a letter from the previous application, there was understandably further concern that the development must prevent harm to the nearby Wenlock Edge SSI and country wildlife sites. However, the development and car park would be kept within the bounds of the present parking area and away from any direct contact with these protected sites. By imposition of a planning condition suggested without prejudice by the council to secure appropriate foul and surface water drainage measures, including circulation tests, construction details required by Natural England, there is no substantive evidence that these material interests would be adversely affected by the development or its use. The inspector's statement further supported by comments made by Natural England taken from the application B87745, stating works within the SSI is unlikely to have serious effect on the biological or geological interests of the Wenlock Edge. The existing permission for holiday accommodation on exactly the same site has been commenced, and all planning conditions, including drainage ecology, have been complied with and discharged. Reference 16/02200 on the 12th of October 2016. Further, the appeal decision letter for the previous application on the business viability standpoint, there is no dispute between ourselves and the council that the proposed tourist accommodation is necessary for the future business viability of the Wenlock Edge Inn, which is intended to reopen in conjunction with the new development which is now proposed. On the evidence and in the circumstances, the proposed development is to be regarded as compliant with the foregoing CS and NP policy provisions, to the extent that the tourist accommodation is required for the Wenlock Edge Inn to become viable. The appeal inspector commented that the holiday accommodation development would occupy an area that is visually contained and screened within the wider AOMB by vegetation and that the appearance of the buildings would be further softened by the additional landscape planting secured through planning conditions. In conclusion, there is no policy objection to the built form of holiday letting accommodation contained in the existing planning permission, being replaced with the stationing of 3 holiday letting units which comply with the definition of caravan using the planning legislation. It is a change which will bring the form of the holiday accommodation into alignment with the Sandev plan policy ND 11.8.
Thank you.
I'm not, was that it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I finish my last 3 lines, please?
Go on then.
Thank you. The unilateral undertaking will ensure the same linkage between the Wenlock Edge Inn, the appeal inspector found necessary for the approved application, and there is significant work has been commenced on the Wenlock Edge Inn itself already by ourselves. Thank you very much.
Can we learn when the Wenlock Inn might open?
This spring, if we can get builders and materials in line.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Councillor Harding, please. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That was helpful. I'm also mindful of the previous application that I remember I think was a committee at the time when we considered that, and of course that went through at appeal as being pointed out. If we were to approve this one, this would effectively, as I read the report, mean that the previous one couldn't be developed because it will be on basically the same site. My concern is timescale, if you like, between the development of this proposal and the bringing forward of the remodelling pub, because we need to make sure that one doesn't happen before the other. So the important thing is to make sure that before this is started, that the pub is at least almost ready before, because otherwise my worry is we end up with a derelict pub and just this. And so I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can further condition that.
The difficulty is that it would, as I say, there's an extant permission which doesn't require that in itself. So, you know, if a previous inspector considered tourist accommodation in this location to be acceptable without that, there's the agreement to tie it to the ownership of the pub. So you can't sell one without the other, but there wasn't a requirement as part of that undertaking to ensure that the pub was up and running before the holiday accommodation was provided. And I would, if it was necessary to do that, I think an inspector would have done that at that stage, and certainly we would have pushed for that at the appeal.
The only thing to come back on that was then, and time's moved on, and the pub's got progressively worse over this time, and perhaps the open inspection might take a different.
Well, I think it was vacant. I think it was vacant then, wasn't it?
It was vacant.
It was vacant then. I mean,
right.
Yeah, you're taking the applicants at their word, but you've heard what they've said with regards to the intention of the pub. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Parsons, please.
This site on the left-hand side of the map, there's obviously had a lot of history. There have been many different plans put forward, some of which have been accepted, some of which have been refused, with different numbers of units of accommodation and in different areas of the site. And I think that this one is one that I would be prepared to support, in that it does deal with the issue, I think, of the SSSI. And like Councillor Harting, obviously I want to see the pub opened up as quickly as possible as well. But even, taking that aside, I think that this plan is acceptable and I would vote for it.
Okay. Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, in principle, I'd agree with that. I would be interested, though, on the one point of the business plan, that how all of a sudden the pub's going to get resurrected off 3 chalets, albeit that is obviously a separate entity to it, because even though they are connected, they're separate businesses in essence. But looking through it, the fact that it got accepted on appeal before, I would be minded to accept it and pass it.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Yeah.
Also, this goes on from the discussion we had about pubs and getting them back open, and this provides that facility using previous appeal that has the 3 bungalows, caravans, should we call them? Chalets.
Like I said on the previous committee on the first application, I think this is a better application than the first one, and I'm willing to accept it. So I propose from the chair that we accept the officer's recommendation. We go along with this one. As I say, this one is a better plan. We knew all about the SSSI the last time, and everything the gentleman has told us ties up. So I'm going to propose it from the chair that we accept the officer's recommendation. Can I have a second for that, please?
I'll second you.
Proposed by me, seconded by Councillor Parsons. And now we put it to the vote, please.
Okay, if you could indicate whether you voting for or against the proposal to accept the recommendation. Councillor Bagnall,
For.
Councillor Harting,
For.
Councillor Hignett,
For.
Councillor Green,
For.
Councillor Luff, for Councillor Lundy,
For.
Councillor Marshall,
For.
Councillor Parsons,
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Thank you.
Orders.
We look forward to coming to see you in the pub next spring. Well, thank you. Okay, next application, Doctor Surgery 24 Shore Lane.
Hello again. So this application is for the extension to a doctor's surgery and refurbishment of the existing GP practice. It includes reconfiguration of the car park to provide an additional 3 car parking spaces. I will quickly flick through the plans for you now, if you want to just start going through them, please. This is the location plan. It's within Albrighton, just off Shore Lane. And next, please. This is the ground floor plan. Oh, the existing site plan with the ground floor overlay. Carry on, please. These are the proposed, some of the proposed site plan. Just to clarify, so there's 2 sets of car parking. There's some to the north and some to the south. If you flick back one, you should be able to see the difference in layout. So essentially, that by reconfiguring the turning spaces, they're creating these 3 additional car parking spaces. So if you just go 2 slides ahead, please. And another slide ahead. This is the ground floor plan. It's part of the refurbishment. And again, please. Existing first floor plan. And again, please. Proposed first floor plan. And again, please. So these are the elevations. Essentially, they're creating an additional consulting rooms, refurbishing the ground floor. And next slide, please. It's going up in height. The next one, please. This is the existing practice. You can keep flicking through the photos. Again, existing car parking. Existing car parking. And this is Shore Lane, and I think that's the last one. Oh no, a couple more. And again. Okay, so that is the site photos. So the siting on an existing site of an existing doctor's surgery is acceptable. The scale in terms of the built form of development, the extent of the refurbishments and the height and the first floor additions is compliant with policy. And as set out in the officer's report, there's no significant concerns with regards to the appearance or impact on neighbours or anything to do with the specifics of the built development. One thing I would just clarify, a few times throughout the local members' comments and residents' comments, there has been reference to provision of a doctor's surgery off-site in Greenbelt to serve this locality, but that's not actually what's submitted and for consideration by members today. So although that has been referred to and is a preference, it's not something that's being brought forward, so it's not something that we can give weight to in the determination, even though it is a desire of the place plan. It's not something for us to be considering. The key issue has been highways and the implications of parking on the surrounding highways network. As set out in section 6.4 of the officer's report, the test set down in the NPPF is that as a result of the development under consideration, so in this case the refurbishment and the additional consulting rooms, a severe highways impact needs to be demonstrated to warrant a refusal on that grounds. The applicants have submitted a travel plan which sets out their plans to reduce travel by staff and visitors to the site. They've submitted information in terms of the number of full-time staff, the number of part-time staff, and the number of parking spaces and how they operate in terms of their consulting and people attending site. And their desire is to reduce car parking on the site over the longer term. The consideration for officers and members is the scale of the development relative to the highway's impact. There are parking issues on Shore Lane, but it is unrestricted in terms of parking that is allowed there. And the parking issues aren't only related to the doctor's surgery, there's also a school on this lane and surrounding residential properties. The impact of the application before officers in the context of the existing highway scenario isn't sufficient to change the circumstances significantly. We've explicitly gone back to the Highways Department and said, this is the case that's been put forward, these are the comments that you provided, are you sure, and sought clarification on that. And they maintain that they don't consider a refusal on highways grounds could be upheld at appeal with the severe test of the NPPF in mind. The scale of this development isn't significant enough to affect the highways network enough for that to be a reason for refusal. There may be some implications. This is seeking to improve that, and 3 extra parking spaces compared to the scale of development that's actually before us is sufficient in our policy terms, and we don't think that we could demonstrate that severe impact under the NPPF. And so because of that, whilst we are aware of the highways implications around this area, we can't demonstrate that it's this scheme and it's this surgery, and that this is the straw that breaks the camel's back as such. And so we're recommending approval on that basis. The scheme is acceptable in terms of siting, scale, and its impact on the surrounding highways network isn't severe, and that conditions that we're recommending will suitably limit any residual harm left over. Those conditions being that the parking spaces are made available, clearly labelled in terms of staff and visitor parking, that they adhere to their travel plan. We've also asked that they engage with our highways team in terms of long-term reducing their car parking requirements for this development, and also making sure that that the parking and turning areas aren't impinged by deliveries at times when the surgery and things are open. So those are things that we have considered. The other thing that I'll just briefly mention is obviously this is within Albrighton, so it is a sustainable location where public transport, walking and cycling is theoretically available to some and or those people utilising the surgery. So again, that affects how we're considering the highways impact on the development. That'll do.
Thank you. Councillor Lumley, please, you have 5 minutes to
address the committee, please.
Can I just address one thing first? 3 additional car parking. In your report at 1.3, you say that there's 2 additional car parking spaces.
Yeah. One's accommodated in the staff area and 2 are accommodated in the visitor area. I believe that's where the differentiation is.
Okay, so you've got 3 extra consulting rooms going in, so that's probably 3 extra staff. So they'll probably take those 3 extra spaces up, nothing gained. Anyway, let's crack on. I wanted to start with a bit of a joke, because we all talk about pecuniary interests. I want to declare a non-pecuniary disadvantage. This is my doctor's. This is a great doctor's surgery, and it's going to benefit the residents. And if it goes ahead, will benefit me. So here I am objecting to it, so it's to my detriment. I'm going to have to wait longer probably for an appointment if I get one at all now. And just to bring the caravan into the theme, I wouldn't dare drive a caravan up that road, because the only crossing points, should we call it, are outside the doctor's surgery, outside the doctor's only car park at the north. And if you've got a caravan as well, you won't get past there. So I hear what's been said. 2013 identified in Albrighton's plan light, but he also talked about traffic issues. So there's traffic issues there. Now, the officer just excluded the railway station as well. What happened there, and then since the 2 appeals in 2017 and 2018 for development that were both turned down on traffic grounds, the railway station, the car park's been developed. They've taken probably a fifth of the parking spaces out. They're now charging for it, so that displaced people onto the roads. So what's happened? They put lines down further down Station Road, so they're displaced further down Station Road or into Shore Lane. So you've got that displacement. You've got the school, which is pretty much during the in and out times, but it's horrendous then. And then you've got the doctor's surgery. So if you refuse permission on this, it may be that they'll relocate to a new purpose-built doctor's with good parking, but it's unlikely. And the further the development goes down out of the village, the further the villagers have got to walk, so it'll become no good. Or they might have to go back and explore an increase in parking with the neighbour. There's a scout up next door that's got parking that they don't use very much in the day, and they use in an evening, which is the direct opposite of what the doctors use. Now, it's interesting that the planning officer says must only decide on the contribution that this application makes and not on the whole issue in the road. So it's so bad now, but because we're only adding a bit of bad, that's okay. So I'll go to the appeal inspectors when they wanted to put the development that the access came into Shore Lane, and the inspector noted on that appeal, Highway raised concern but didn't object. It was identified that traffic conditions relating to the railway station, school parking and doctors. Overall, the evidence indicates that existing condition present risks to highway safety. Therefore, the proposal will have a harmful effect on highway safety. So that's the appeal inspector saying it's bad now. I'm not interested in how worse it's going to get. I'm not putting it through. So 3 additional consulting rooms doesn't sound a lot, but have a think about that. Going in every 10 minutes, so that's 6 in an hour. You've probably got 1 that's just coming out, and you've got 1 waiting for the next hour. So I reckon that's about 8. So that's 3 consulting rooms, 24 journeys. We'll be generous, 50% walk. So that's 12 extra vehicles that are trying to find a space on that road and journeys in and out. Now, the previous developments, they were people that would be in a cul-de-sac that would come and use the road and then disappear. These people don't, they stop for 20, 30 minutes. There's no footpath into the surgery. The combined car park at the bottom there leads to reversing cars finding no spaces available, and they can't get past that entrance, and they've got to back into Shore Lane. And the traffic survey was undertaken when the surgery was closed to all but unavoidable visits. I'm told this was taken into consideration, but I can't understand how really. And it did raise the spectre of the car park, sometimes the public bit, being half empty, because people would just come along the road, dive into available space, as I've done many times when I've gone to the doctors. Now, Shore Lane is all off-road parking for the residents. So what you saw those pictures there, that's just the doctor's surgery and or supplemented by the school and parking from the station. So in all, I'd ask on the traffic plan, well-meaning 10% reduction in 5 years, that's 3 less journeys. So I really don't think that it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Do you want to come back with that?
Yeah, just quickly, reference was made to an appeal and a previous refusal. I believe that reference was into a scheme for 58 houses. So obviously the scale of that development and the implications on the highways network are going to be very different to the scale that we're talking about here in terms of 3 additional consulting rooms and the refurbishment. As has been pointed out, if we were to refuse on highways grounds, which is going to be the key issue here, we would have to be demonstrating that the significant change caused by this application on that highways network was because of this application. And we are very aware that there is a train station, there is a school, and there are other impacts on the highways network as existing. We have to demonstrate that the change from the existing caused by the proposal is severe. And I think that I just need to clarify that that's the test we're meeting. We're not meeting some impact, some harm is not enough. It has to be severe. And the point I'm trying to make is that given the scale of the development, we and myself being the planning officers and the highways team don't think that we can meet that test and defend that test.
Councillor Parson.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we should go down the route whereby we refuse this on traffic grounds, but I do believe, I mean, I'm not going to vote against the extension of a medical practice because we've been crying out for more medical practices right across this county for a long time. But I think that there are things that we can do to ease the traffic issues. And one of those things might be like at Coleham School in Shrewsbury, where cars are not allowed anywhere near that school at going in time and coming out time, and that people are made to take active travel to get to and from that school. Similarly, it may be that we could put down a single yellow line on Shore Lane, no parking 9 till 4. That's not refusing on traffic grounds, it's just looking at what we might be able to do to ease what is obviously a problem in that area. And so I think we need to be a bit more imaginative and look at some of those sorts of potential solutions to this problem.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think as local members, local politicians, I don't think any of us could really go home tonight and look ourselves in the mirror if we refused permission for an extension on a GP surgery. One of the things we all hear constantly is we haven't got enough space at GP surgeries. I do think, and I can understand it with the highways issues, but I do think that we have to separate a little bit here. When we're looking at the issues with, say, the station, the school, and I agree there's things that we can put in place, but I don't think they can be conflated with this planning application. I did like the idea of the scouts up next door. I think that's something that the local community is going to have to decide themselves. But there's no way I'll be not voting in favour for the extension of the GP surgery over any grounds.
Councillor Harding, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with what's just been said there. I think the idea of the scouts being explored is something that the doctor's surgery ought to be doing. And perhaps we can just add a note. Yeah, councillors were concerned that this is something that might be able to be addressed. Nothing we can add as a condition, just a note to the applicant. Just ask them if they can do it together. Other than that, I think we should be voting for it.
Councillor Hgvs, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the last 2 years have shown us that we're desperate for every GP surgery we can keep, and we certainly wouldn't be voting against this one. I think I wouldn't. I mean, I think we know which way we're going. It is going to be a concern, even when I'm voting for it, the fact that they're proposing an extension to it and increasing the number of consulting rooms. I'm not going to have any extra parking for it, and it is a concern that a GP practice like this puts forward a proposal for only a modest extension, but with no extra parking spaces really. We can discount the 2 that are going to be there. So it may cause problems, but I agree that the answer probably lies in local consultation with the scouts and encouraging people, especially the locals, and that, to walk to the surgery or cycle or whatever and not go by car.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments, please? Can I have a proposal for the application, please? Seconded for that. Thank you. The proposed by Councillor Larson, seconded by Councillor Marshall. Can we add a note about this? Conferring with the scout or not?
We can minute it and we can contact the applicant and say these are the things we've raised.
Okay. Right, Chairman, take the vote, please.
We've got a proposal and seconded to accept the officer's recommendation. Please indicate whether you're voting for or against. Councillor Bagnall. For. Councillor Hartin.
For.
Councillor Hgvs.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Luff.
For.
Councillor Marshall.
For.
Councillor Parsons.
For.
And Councillor Evans.
For.
Okay, that's unanimous.
That's unanimous, thank you. Now go to item number 12, which is the British Horse Rugby Club. Thank you. We got it.
Unfortunately not. Do you want somebody?
Right. Rugby Club.
This is an application for a new clubhouse at Bridge North Rugby Club. It's been brought to committee because there's been some previous history with regard to this and previous refusal on the site. And after discussion between the principal planning officer and the chair, it was agreed it should come to committee, given the previous history of the site. To move on to the site is situated within the green belt. You'll see the access road, which is Bandon Road, which is just off the roundabout as you enter Bridge North. The access road is actually the boundary between the conservation area of Slowtown and Bridge North, and the site just sits outside the conservation area. The malt house, which is the building on the eastern side, on the western side there, is an undesignated heritage asset. Also on the western boundary there, you'll note the River Severn as well. The actual site itself is also within the floodplain of the River Severn, and it has flooded 4 times in the last 18 months, as I understand it. So it's a regular, flooding is a regular problem there. I'll move on to the proposed new clubhouse. Will be situated just to the front of the existing of the malt house. Previously, the scheme was further north of the site, but there's been issues in the past with complaints from residents. At present, on the site, we could probably just make out some existing buildings on the site there. Those buildings are the existing clubhouse plus the existing marquee. There's also where the car parking trees are, just to the north of the malt house. There's a Nissan hut there, and also a couple of other storage containers. These will all be removed. Turning to, I want to move on to that's the site itself in a bit more context in relation to the wider surrounding area. Next one. This is the elevations of the new clubhouse. It's quite a modern building. It's got a void underneath it. The void's probably around 2.5 metres in height. This is due to the issues with regards to flooding on site. And members who went to the site visit this morning will have no doubt heard some of the horror stories from the rugby club itself. As I say, flooding's been a long-term problem on the site, and obviously that puts a lot of pressure on the club itself in terms of regular clean-ups there. So it's a really question of trying to work with the rugby club to try to move forward on this site. The rugby club at present is spread over 3 sites. They have the main clubhouse in what was the former Bull Public House in Lowtown. They also have a playing field site further out of town, but that is on a short-term lease, which means they cannot get grant funding on that. And then they have this site, which is on the edge of town, very sustainable location, but obviously the main issues surrounding it are the green belt designation of the site, and also the issues around regular flooding of the site. So as a result of that, that's why they come forward with the idea of basically putting the building on stilts. Move on to, this is the floor area. Now, previously, when we dealt with the application, we had issues in relation to what the previous application was, because it was very much more hospitality based, which isn't necessarily appropriate use in the green belt. So this is much more of a 50-50 split between changing rooms and the hospitality area. And the hospitality area is now basically all within the actual building. Previously, there was quite a large area externally, and obviously that led to concerns in relation to residential amenity, which I'll speak about later in relation to some of the other issues that have gone on the site. Move on. This is a picture from the opposite riverbank. It shows you the actual rugby pitch there, and the you can't quite see the existing buildings there because yeah, that's the malt house. Can't see the other ones though, which is sort of hid behind this tree here. You see. Move on. That's a photo, well, montage of what the building will look like coming forward. And obviously, it's moved much more closer to the existing rugby pitch, so it actually moves it away from the housing, which is where some of the objectives are. Next one. That's a montage looking again towards the height, looking towards Hightown and what it will look like across the pitch. Next. That's the existing hut, and as you can see, it's been fairly battered, I think, by flooding over the years, and as I say, you know, regularly has to be cleaned out as a result of what's been of flooding issues. Next. So that's the existing building there. You see the Nissan hut just to the right where the blue car is, and that is the marquee, which is a temporary structure which has been granted consent for 5 years, and it tends to operate as a bit of a hospitality unit, and that's been the source of a lot of the complaints which have come to fruition. I think probably as a result of a lot of these complaints, regular services have been down there on a quite regular basis, but we've never actually got to the bottom of whether there has actually been any breaches of planning control. Our findings have not suggested that, and we have worked quite closely with the rugby club in terms of their noise management in the past, but unfortunately we've never got to the point where we've been able to satisfy the residents in terms of that. But my personal view, having been involved with the site for probably the best part of the last 2.5 years, I've not got to a point where I think there's ever been a breach that I can put my hand on the heart and say there's been a breach. So I'm fairly comfortable that the rugby club tend to adhere to the conditions that are in place at present. Next. That's the back of the building, and you can see it in relation to the malt house, and you just see the Nissan hut in the background again. All these buildings will be removed, as I say. That's the access road. On the right hand side there is the rugby pitch. On the left hand side is the conservation area boundary. That's the road into the site. And that's the actual junction coming off the roundabout, which enters the site. So you actually enter the site at the Bandon Arms, which is obviously why it's called Bandon Lane. So I think that should be it. Next one. So that's it. That's looking north, going out of Brisnell from the actual access road into the site. That's it. So I think really the main issues are the fact that the site is within the green belt. We're much more comfortable now because it's a 50-50 split between changing facilities and the hospitality side. The increase in floor area is about 130 square feet, which represents an increase of about 26%. So when you consider the changing rooms are appropriate development in the green belt to facilitate outdoor sport, and the hospitality side already exists on site, we think the proposals are proportionate in relation to the existing facilities. obviously previously the Environment Agency objected, but it's been quite a lot of dialogue with the applicants and they've now accepted the development. They're happy in terms of the clubhouse being elevated and a void being left underneath to address the flooding issues. So effectively now, because the existing development which is on the ground is elevated, the floodplain is actually larger now, which should alleviate flooding problems elsewhere. And also it reduces the need for these clean-up operations. As I've mentioned, there's been these long-standing complaints in relation to planning conditions. I don't think it was particularly helped by last year because the rugby club opened up the playing area as a beer garden and as a way of bringing in additional funds, and also the marquee was kept in position for a longer period of time, which we then granted consent for because it was being used by a number of other clubs within Bridge North area as an outdoor venue, whilst a number of indoor areas were shut. So what we had Zumba classes and those kind of issues going on, but obviously music was being played, and that then upset some of the local residents who claimed that that was not in accordance with the approved plan, but with the approved conditions. But the conditions really related to late night noise. So there was all this issue in relation to the interpretation of those conditions. But I think with regulatory services ourselves were always clear that it was the late night noise and hospitality that was the problem there. The only other issue relates to the impact on heritage. Our view is that the impact on heritage is less of substantial harm, and this is clearly outweighed by the public benefits which this proposal will bring. Finally, we're looking at adding two additional conditions which aren't on a late item sheet, and these relate to flood risk. The first one requires the submission of a foul and surface water drainage, and the second one requires the void under the new clubhouse to be kept clear at all times.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to point out, I'm actually the member for a neighbouring division to where the Bridge North Rugby Club is. I've known Bridge North Rugby Club for many, many years, and it's a massively, massively important local community facility. They have children there from, I think it's under 5, right the way up to adults learning the craft of rugby, being active within sport. Also, as well, as Mike pointed out, it has suffered tremendously with flooding. It's slap bang in the middle of the River Severn floodplain, and often all along that section, you'll see the rugby pitch is completely flooded out, and you can go swimming there, let alone play rugby. So to be able to have a facility that's built up higher to save them having to go through the demoralising and demotivating time of having to clean out all the floodwater continuously, it's nothing but fantastic. Also looking at the complaints that there is of noise, and I do accept that, you know, we're talking a sporting environment, and I think rugby players, without being stereotypical, are known to maybe indulge in a pint or two. I think on a new development and a new build of a clubhouse, I think the soundproofing will be a hell of a lot better than it is in a Nissan hut as well. So I implore the committee to pass this because it is such a valuable asset to the local community, and I'll definitely be supporting it.
Okay. Nick.
This is going to be a massive improvement on the facilities that we saw this morning on the site visit. It's desperately needed. I don't need to say any more than that. I will be supporting it.
Yeah, same here. Know the area down there by the river there, so the far to do something. So river training. So certainly support it. You want me to propose it, I will do.
I think Councillor Marshall's proposed. If you like to second it, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to propose on the recommendations.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? No. Proposed by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Harding.
Okay, we'll take the
You want
vote
to
then.
take the vote? Thank you.
So we've got a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation for approval. And you can indicate whether you're voting for or against, please. Councillor Bagnall?
For.
Councillor Hartin?
For.
Councillor Hignett?
For.
Councillor Green?
For.
Councillor Wood?
For.
Councillor Lumley?
For.
Councillor Marshall?
For.
Councillor Parsons?
For.
And Councillor Evans?
For.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Before we go to the next item, I overlooked this morning the minutes of the last meeting held on the 30th of November. Could I have a proposal for the 2 minutes, please? Thank you. Any second? I'll second for the chair. All in favour? Over there. Yeah, thank you. Right, we go through a list of appeals.
I'm not going to take, you can please see, not take up much of your time on appeals. I just want. I just there are several appeal decisions there at the end of the report. I think all of them are dismissed, I think. But you included amongst that was the decision on the former council offices at Bridgenorth, which members refused against officer recommendation. And the inspector clearly thought there was a highway issue there, a highway safety issue there. That's prompted a request for highways development control, and you've seen from the applications today that highways is always one of those factors that needs, it is raised by people in objection to applications and needs careful consideration. It prompted a request for highways development control to come and do some kind of training with it, or not training, but do some explanation to members about what they have to and do take into consideration. So that's going to be arranged. And we've also had further requests from members, new members on committee about training on specific areas, and that is going to be arranged. So we will be doing that and organising that for you as quickly as we can. Excellent. All right. That's all I was going to say. Thanks.
Thanks. Cheers. The date of the next meeting is March 8th. I'd just like to thank everyone for their attendance today. I'd like to thank the officers for all their hard work and expertise. And I'd like to thank you all for coming on the site visit. Next time I try and organise a mini bus, I'll have a word with the hierarchy to see if taking cars down narrow lanes ain't the answer. So I'll see if I can.
Maybe sleeping bags as well.
Anyway, thank you very much all for taking care of you. Thank you.
Can we only have 2 items on the next meeting?
As a reward.
Maximum of 2. I feel we're sitting in credit. No, you took a great last one. Oh, exactly, yeah.